Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 461. Countdown to CoCoFest. Here we come.
The last one.
So far.
That's what they say every year. I'll believe it when I see it.
Right. I've never been to a CoCo Fest that wasn't the last CoCo Fest. Oh yeah, I was. I went to one Rainbow Fest right at the Myers, Dave Myers Fest, which wasn't a last fest. It was just the CoCo Fest, the CoCo Pro Fest. And since then,
All right. On the panel today, scroll over here. All right. We start off with Ron Deluxe.
Hello, good morning. It's Saturday morning live. Welcome.
And Marco.
Hello, is this thing on now?
hey, he lives now.
Hey.
Hey.
My $700 Earthworks microphone. Hey, great backup.
Right.
Okay. And we got Fred Provancha.
Hello, everyone. I'm the other Frederick. It seems like we're never on at the same time, which maybe there's only one of us. I just, changed my.
Less confusing that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that skit from Monty Python where everybody in this club is named Bruce, and one guy joins who's not named Bruce, and they tell him he has to change his name. Yeah, anyway.
Well, we have Rick and a half here.
Yes, hello everyone. It's been a while since I've been on, but I'm happy to be here. I have a couple of I have a project update that I'd like to share, so that'll come later. Happy to be here.
All right, on the next row, we've got yours truly, the button pusher. And center square again, Rick Euland.
Hey, he's in the crosshairs one more time. I don't know. Hi, folks. I'll try to be nice, polite, and not shot at.
Then we got Kevin Holloway.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, afternoon where you are.
Ooh, afternoon.
And my screens have shifted on me. Let's see. Okay, so continuing on the row, we got Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody. I think I'm ready to move my entire system over to running on a CoCo again.
What?
Cool.
Today, my latest weird thing that's happened to my computer is every Bluetooth device that I have connected to my computer decided to disconnect from my computer and connect to my mom's computer upstairs.
Nice. She could be on the show too.
Technology. You're a little loud too. Ken.
Did she hack you?
That's because he's angry.
Yes. You're right. I am angry. Okay, I will turn it there. How's that? Is that better?
All right.
Yes,
that'll work.
like it.
Much more. A little too much.
All right. Then we got Wingnut on the next row. And who will join us a little bit later for a tour of the VCF East.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Keep charging.
Good. I got my. Yeah, I'm charging. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run where it goes.
Beauty.
Keep charging. All right. Then we now have L. Curtis Boyle.
Just smile,
Maybe.
Curtis.
Oh, sorry. What? Did you say something? I joined late. I'm still loading tabs.
Yeah, that was your introduction.
Oh, hi everyone.
And last but not least, we got Brian Weasler.
Hi guys, how are you?
Pretty good.
You got stuff for us today?
I'm in a car right now. I'm actually preparing for CoCo Fest for next week, and
He's hooking up the trailer.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. In the chat, we've got.
I think you missed a couple of us there, Mark.
Did I?
Yeah, Bob.
Oh, you know what
And
happened is the
Kevin-
screen rearranged on me. It went from a 3x3 to a 4x2, and I missed somebody.
Mhm.
All right,
Missed a
Bob
whole
Emery.
row.
And Kevin Holloway too. But hello everybody,
forget
welcome
the
to the
summaries.
show.
Wow. Okay. So Bob Emery, we got Kevin Holloway.
They're not going to dock your pay, so don't worry.
Good afternoon again.
All right.
All right. Did I get everybody?
think so.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
I mean, I started with 9 and the screen just totally rearranged on me here. So
All right.
sorry about that.
All right,
All
everybody,
right.
Chinese fire drill.
Yeah, that's what happens when people show up late. Let's
I'm new to
see.
who you're talking about.
In the chat, we got Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise. Scroll. Marco, let's see. J. Jones. Michael Zwiffel. Brian Blake. Sixy. Kung CoCo Fu. Jim Rye. Well, the chat's been active this morning. Let's see. Eric Omont, Bill Athing, Tom Eric Anderson, 8 Bits in the Basement, and Julian Brown. Ken Wilmot. All right, that catches us up. All righty. Check that off. Move on to next. All right, project updates. Fred, why don't we go ahead and start with you?
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, so
where'd you go? There you are.
Yeah, hi. Can you see me now? There we go. Yeah, so it's been a while since I've been on. It's not like I've been, not doing anything with the CoCo, though. I've actually been hard at work in the past year or two on Aandar 3, which is actually still quite a ways from being done. But I have gotten to a point where I finally have something I think I can show you, which hopefully you'll be impressed. I guess, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. So I mean, life has been really busy, and I'm torn about 10 different ways with all the different stuff that's going on. So, but I've been hard at work on Aandar 3. So just to catch you up, Aandar 3 is a graphic adventure game that I started back in like 1988 or something. And I realized that it was quickly turning into such a huge project. I felt like I had bit off more than I could chew. And so I kind of stopped working on it. That was also around the time that I started getting into OS 9. And so learning OS 9 kind of took up all my time back then. And so Aandar 3 kind of fell by the wayside. For those who don't know, there is an Aandar 1 and an Aandar 2, which were finalists in the 3rd and 4th Rainbow adventure contests. And they're
That's cool.
Yeah. And so if you ever, thumb through a copy of one of those books, I'm in there, which is pretty cool. And I think Curtis is too, and maybe a few other notable people. But yeah, my games, Aandar 1 and Aandar 2, are basically, it's a space adventure game. The first one, you explore this newly discovered planet called Aandar, where humans are thinking of possibly colonizing. And it's your job to map a big section of the planet and not die in the process. And then Aandar 2, this alien race called the Dorax invade Aandar and try to take it away from us humans, and we fight them over it. And your job in that game is to infiltrate this Dorax military base and and destroy it, thus saving the Terran fleet from being destroyed when they arrive at Aandar to retake the planet. So that's Aandar 2. Aandar 3 is actually kind of a similar idea. It's like the final battle between the Dorax enemy fleet and the Terran fleet, and you crash land near the North Pole of Aandar, and you have to find your way to this military installation where you can get this ion cannon working so you can take out the enemy fleet. So anyway, the game is turned into a huge project, which I've been spending like the last 5 years on it, and it's still a ways from being done. But I'm at a point where I have something I can show off, and I hope you like it. So to that end, I'm wondering if I could share my screen. There we go.
Do you have sound too?
Oh, the sound. Oh, can you not hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
There's a checkbox for sound when you do a share screen. Just want to make sure you have it turned on if you have sound.
I really don't. Not at this point.
Okay.
So, all right. So, let's see. To start up the game, let's see. 1 second here. There we go. Run. Set. I'm using a VCC emulator. I have it running at 1.8 megahertz, so no speed up. Okay. And this will take a minute. It's loading graphics into high memory. And I'm still trying to see if I can find a faster way for that to happen. Takes a minute.
Hard drive under Nitrous 9. Just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, maybe I'll like create a RAM disk or something to load everything onto. Maybe that'll be faster. I don't know. I'll look into that. But the program's written in BASIC. Although there is one machine language routine that I wrote to help speed up the graphics a bit. And but yeah, it's about 98% BASIC. And it's loading all this data into high memory for the graphic screens, which
so these actual full screens, or are these like H buffs?
Just a minute. They're full screens. Yeah. Mostly draw commands and a few other things, paints and so on. Yeah.
Got a suggestion from Erico Montero saying he should show some intro screens while this process is happening. But I'm assuming this is just debugging. You've got the account.
Yeah, this is I'd like to do that exactly, like a progress bar at the very least.
Music.
Yeah, but I mean this game is still far from being done, so you know, I don't have any of those bells and whistles in there yet. But eventually, yeah, I'll do something like that for sure. But I think it's getting close to being done. I think it's yeah, it should be just about done here.
By the way, Telecomputer Archive only has Aandar 2 on there.
Huh. Well, do they have the third Rainbow Book of Adventures?
True, I'll look for that.
Yeah, it's in there. You know, one of these days I want to do like a walkthrough video of Aandar 1 and Aandar 2. Show people how to beat the game. That'd be cool.
That might be a good live stream, actually.
Yeah. That's right. That's a good idea.
You can crowdsource attempted solutions and you correct them all.
That's right. You get points for how complete your map is in Aandar. So to beat the game, you have to have a completely perfect, completely filled map. and it's pretty hard to do, actually. It's just about done here. Come on. I usually run this at a higher, oh, here we go. There we go. All right. So you start out on this ice plane, okay? And you wander around the ice plane, and eventually you find this entrance to this chasm that leads into this glacier, and you have to find your way through the chasm, and at the other end is the military installation that you're going to try to get up and running and use it to destroy the Dorax. But anyway, so the big thing that I've accomplished that I wanted to show you was the graphics for the ice plane are now done, okay? Which again took me like 5 years, which I'm kind of embarrassed to say it took so long. But see, what I did was I hand drew this mountain skyline, right? And then as you're traveling closer to the mountains, they're supposed to gradually get bigger and bigger and bigger, okay? And at the same time, I'm trying to preserve perspective and features that are small on the first screen are supposed to look bigger and bigger, and everything is supposed to grow at the same proportion. That's a lot harder than it may sound. To make it a bit easier, I created a routine to randomly add pixels to this skyline to make it gradually bigger as you move eastward. And the first couple attempts that I made to write that routine to add the pixels with each successive room as you're traveling eastward, the first couple attempts I got halfway through and I'm like, I'm not liking the results. I need to tweak this routine. So I rewrote the routine like 2-3 times, kind of had to start over from scratch a couple times, just because I just did not like the results. Finally, I developed a routine which, even though they're randomly inserted, these pixels, to make it grow each time as you're traveling eastward, I finally was able to write a routine where the random locations where these pixels are added is relatively uniformly distributed so that things don't grow disproportionately. In any case, let me show you what I mean. So if you travel eastward, you go eastward towards the mountains, and the mountains gradually get bigger. Okay.
So this is a CoCo 3 game, right?
What's that? Yeah, it's a CoCo 3 game. Yeah. See, the mountains are getting bigger, yet they're keeping their overall shape, and they're all growing at basically the same rate, which is a lot harder than it sounds to generate. So now as you're traveling northward, everything shifts to the right, okay? The mountains gradually shift to the right as you're traveling northward. And eventually you get to the glacier. This is the end of the glacier, okay, over on the left. So if you go westward from here, then gradually more and more of the glacier comes into view. Okay. And at the same time, the mountains again are gradually receding.
So doing that like manually with draw statements to do the change of perspective and how close you are? Or are you doing something algorithmically to use one set of draw statements and then just kind of scale them in some way?
Well, it's kind of like I was explaining. It's like I used an algorithm to add pixels to the skyline so that the skyline would the mountains would gradually grow. Okay. So I didn't do it by hand, but I did have to do some things by hand to make all the pieces fit together, especially to make the glacier fit together with the skyline. I also had to manually like move the mountain skyline up and down or left or right to preserve the perspective. Okay, so like it's kind of hard to explain,
So
but
you've had to move mountains to get this game going?
I literally moved mountains. But you'll if you play this game enough, you may notice that you're not actually facing due east. Okay. And you're really facing like northeast. So east is like over about 40 pixels in from the right edge of the screen. And so as you're traveling eastward, in order to preserve perspective, this mountain here on the right has to stay stationary while everything else kind of moves leftward. And yeah, just getting their perspective right was just a serious challenge. I had to like I said, I had to move mountains left and right and up and down to get everything lined up just right. Okay. And it took a while. So there's more of the glacier. You see more of the glaciers coming into view there. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. I went south. Oh well. Let's see. Let's go north again. Okay. So as you're going northward, more of the glacier comes into view, and the mountains gradually move to the right. Okay, and now you come to this spot along the side of the glacier where there's a trail that leads up to the top of the glacier. Okay. Now, you can't go there yet. I haven't programmed it that far. But eventually what you're going to do is you're going to go up to the top of the trail, and now you're standing on top of the glacier looking down into the valley below you and looking across the glacier, and you can see the military installation far in the distance. And so that gives you an idea as to what direction you want to be traveling in. Okay. So can't see that yet though. But in any case, there's that. And then let's see, if you go east from here, then here is the entrance to the chasm. Okay. And you continue northward into the chasm, and it's like a maze, and you got to find your way through it. And eventually you get to the other side where you find the military base. And so yeah, this it looks pretty simple, but getting the proper perspective right was a serious challenge. And so as you're moving southward, and the mountains move more and more into view. Okay. And you want to, as you're traveling eastward, the mountain that is due east of your location has to stay in the same location, and everything else needs to gradually shift to the left as they get bigger. And so, yeah, I don't know. I hope you can appreciate how difficult this was. It was not easy to do all this, and required a lot of fiddling and a lot of adjustments. And so there you go. That's about it, really, I guess. Any questions?
What is the assembly language routine? You said you had something to speed up some of the graphics. What exactly is it doing?
Yeah. So I used EdTasm to write a short routine. Basically, what it does is it reads a chunk of data from high memory and maps it into low memory and makes it available for the draw string, the draw statement, to then display it on the screen. So before I did that, reading data from high memory was painfully slow. It was just like a series of pokes with, or peak, L peaks with in a for next loop, and it just was really slow. And I was like, this is crazy. So I wrote this short machine language routine to just read, copy information from high memory into variable space so that the drawstring can then display it. And it did speed things up quite a bit. So, so I did ask on Discord a few questions from people to get some help on that. And some of you really helped me out there, and it got the routine working pretty well. Yeah, so there's still things I want to try to optimize and speed things up even more. But, like I said, it's a work in progress and still far from being done. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of show you what I've done so far and share some of what I learned in the process.
Got some comments from the chat here for you too. CoCo Fu says, I like the game idea. It looks fun. Any dangers in the works? Crevices or polar bears?
Yes. So this is an alien planet. So you've got alien life forms that you can run into that can tear the limbs off your body, and and there's avalanches inside the glacier. You have to be aware of avalanches and crevices you can fall into. Yes. I think there's a cave you go through where there could be pits that you can fall into because it's dark,
So you've got the game already all mapped out. It's just implementing all the graphics.
Yeah. Basically, at the beginning when the game was loading, you may have seen here. Actually, I can show you. Watch this. See this? It's only up for a second, but that's the map of the whole game. I used I developed like 30 years ago, by the way, when I first started the game. Instead of storing room information and room locations and directions that you can travel in like arrays, which I guess is what most people do, instead I have each room in the game represented by a pixel on that screen that you saw. And so the directions you can travel in are determined based on lines that connect those pixels. Okay. So if there's a line going down from a particular pixel, that means you can travel south. Okay. If there's a line going right from that pixel, that means you can travel east. If there's no line pointing upward from there, then you can't go north. Okay. And so all the pixels are connected by these lines, and you just you do like an H point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You do an H point in order to determine where you are in the map and where you can travel. Okay, by checking.
So do you have two screens then? Because you'd have to keep that like.
Yes, and in fact, you're right. I do have two screens, and it's actually inaccurate to say H point. It's a PMODE 2 screen. So I'm actually using point, right? And the PMODE 2 screen is hidden pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, because your high-res screen is actually in your upper memory like you're talking about, but the PMODE screens are in your basic memory, so you have full access to them.
Yes, right. So the H screen 2 is being displayed, but PMODE 2 is in the background, and the computer can still check the PMODE 2 screen to see where you are and where you can travel, but all that's hidden from view from the person playing the game.
So if you needed extra memory, would your map scale, like it looked like it was pretty well on the left-hand side of the screen, could you use PMODE 0 and give yourself another K.5 back for your main game? Or would it fit?
I think I tried that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a pretty low-res screen. Maybe it is PMODE 0. I don't know. Let me take a look here. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, it's further on.
Got PMODE 2, it says there. Line 280.
Yeah, 280. PMODE 2, comma 1, screen 1, comma 1, PCLS. Then I draw, this is, okay, line 285 is the map, okay? And then I draw the map, and I dimension some variables, and then down, let's see, then the main part of the program. So yeah, I am using PMODE 2 for sure. Gross sub 400. So let's see, if you go to 400. Oops. Then it's checking the PMODE screen to see what directions you can travel in. And then in line 440, boom, there's the H-Screen 2 command. And so then the H-Screen 2 screen is displayed, and it starts drawing all the game graphics, okay? And when it does that, the PMODE 2 screen gets hidden, okay? But the program can still access it and use it to determine, you know, what directions you can travel in and what room you're in and stuff like that. So I actually saved a lot of memory doing this, because now I don't have to dimension arrays to store all that information.
Yeah, and you've drawn the entire map in like one line.
Yeah, exactly. You saw it. The line, what was that line? It was like 285, I think. Yeah. Line 285 is the entire map of all the rooms in the game. And there's like, I don't know, 150 rooms. And if I wanted to add more rooms, it'd be really easy. Just add a few more items to this drawstring, and it doesn't take up any more memory except maybe a few bytes to create a whole bunch more rooms if I wanted to. So yeah, saves a lot of memory instead of, you know, dimensioning these multi-dimensional arrays and storing.
Yeah, because the only other way you could do it would be to have it like on disk, you know, like load in different chunks at different times, which is slower because then you're loading up disk all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, and this was to speed things up. So yeah, it's just I came up with this idea like 30 years ago when I first started the game, and I have to admit that looking back, that was a pretty cool insight that I think I came up with at the time. Rather proud of that. But anyway, but I'm not proud of the fact that it's taken 30 years and I'm still not done with the game.
Hey, look at me. I'm doing Nitrous 9. I'm what, 33 years in, 34 years in, still working on it. Still not done.
Yep.
One other comment was from Brian Walsh. He said, looks great. Now he's talking about when you're going through the ice stuff, part of the game here. And he says, how about a slightly different background color for the text window on the bottom to set it apart, since there's so much white in your scenes? I'm assuming once you get into the main part of the game, it's not quite as white, like once you get in the Alien Stronghold and stuff.
Yeah,
so
that's right. I mean, that's all has to do with the environment you happen to be located in at the time. The ice plane is a very white area. Okay, there's ice everywhere, right? But to be honest, when you get into the glacier chasm, it's pretty white there too. Okay. But there are other parts of the game where you're indoors or you're in a cave and it's less white. Having said all that, I mean, I'm not opposed to changing the background color of the bottom half of the screen. I might do that. Yeah.
No, it looks good. That is a pretty cool way of doing the map too, of having it That's what I was wondering. Like I think you did that to save memory and also for speed, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
But since you've only got 2K left right now, if you can fit it on a PMODE 0, that cuts it in half. They give you a K and a half back, so you'd be like 30.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, very observant. So the room and the memory at the bottom are just for testing purposes. There, when the game's done, these won't be there. But yeah, as you can tell, there's only like just over 2K of memory left. So memory's kind of tight. And there's still a lot of graphics left to create for the rest of the rooms. So it's all got to be in high memory because there's really not much more memory to spare in low memory. So sorry if I'm using those terms correctly or incorrectly. High memory is, everything above.
Yeah, I think in Super Extended
64K.
Basic, that's how it's kind of viewed. The low memory is your basic 64K that Basic normally lives in, and then your H buffs, your H screens, and stuff are all in the upper.
Yeah, right. So so memory's kind of low. So it's a challenge to add more graphics and stuff to the game and keeping it from running out of memory. But there's further things I can do to optimize the game and save more memory, and so I'll work on it.
That looks good, and you should do a stream
Thank
of the
you.
other ones too. That's a good idea, having a
like a run through of the games. Yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, that was about it, really. Hope I didn't bore you all too much. And I'm excited though. I finally finished the ice plane, and now I'll work on the chasm, the maze in the glacier. That'll be fun. And maybe by the time I'll finally be done with the game by the time I reach age 100, right? So
well, you have more time to
hopefully I'll
program
live
once
that
you're
long.
retired. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm
that's
not
the theory
retired
I'm
yet.
shooting for anyway.
That's right. Once we retire, then maybe we'll have more time for this. Yeah, life otherwise is really busy. I've got 4 kids, 2 of them in college and 2 still at home, and one of them's in high school, and I'm in a band. And yeah, I could go on and on.
I hear
so,
you.
Yeah. Now, Curtis, you're engaged now. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Well, I don't think I ever personally offered you congratulations in person for that. So that's exciting. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
When's that going to happen?
July 3rd.
July 3rd. That's coming up. Wow. That's not much time.
Tell me about it.
That's a relatively short engagement. My daughter got engaged a few months ago, and they haven't even set a date yet. It probably won't be until like 2019, or I don't know.
Yeah, we've been dating over a year, almost about a year now. So
yeah, okay.
And we knew each other back in school. So
did you? You've known her for a while.
Not
then.
super well, but we did know each other. We're in the same grade.
Oh, that's
schools.
great. That's awesome. Yeah, very good. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's about it, I guess.
Frederick, will you be at CoCo Fest at all?
Oh, good question. I cannot.
Okay.
Make it
I
this
just thought
year. Sorry, but I. Yeah.
No, I was going to say,
could have shown this off at CoCo Fest.
Yeah, being the 40th anniversary fest for the CoCo 3, it would have been fun to have some demos of some things. CoCo 3 related projects. 40th.
So. Yep. Yeah, I have a rather expensive trip to New York coming up, so that's taking all of my travel money right now.
Nope, understood.
Yeah. One of these days I'll go back though. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention to Brian Blake's comment in the chat. No way, man. Because he said everybody give Curtis a soldering iron for a wedding gift.
Oh, geez.
Bad idea.
Yeah, I'm with you, Curtis. I can't solder to save my life either. I'm a software guy, not really a hardware guy.
Yeah, that's me too. I can get a RS-232 4-pin cable like the Bitbanger if I really try. I can probably get the wires to stick for a couple days.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and I've swapped out memory chips in my PC before, and replaced hard drives and things like that. But
yeah, that
nothing that requires a soldering iron.
Yeah,
like Legos.
All righty.
Hey, cool. Thanks for the update.
That's all. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll stick around for a little while. I do have to head out at some point, but I can stick around for a while longer.
Okay. Next up, we got Rick Euland.
Sure. Let me, let's see. I guess first news this morning, I got my CoCo boards that I was waiting on. Quick slap one together. It, of course, doesn't work. So we'll have to, the race is on to see if I can fix these before the CoCo Fest and have them ready to solve. Could be software. I don't know yet. But when I first threw it up, it just didn't. Keep in mind, I didn't finish this till about 10 o'clock, so I haven't really done any testing yet. But anyway, that's good. Other CoCo Fest news, it's a good thing Grant's not here, because I'm going to have to get after that boy. I mean, there's been 7 tornadoes within 20 miles of my house. This is in Wisconsin, right off of Lake Michigan. There aren't supposed to be tornadoes here. I went to my buddy's place. He lives in a subdivision called Thousand Oaks. Someone changed the sign to 850. So that's kind of the week we're having. Here, they're parking fully loaded dump trucks on the bridge so the river doesn't pick it up and carry it down. So, yeah, we're having a heck of a week here in South.
That's even worse than us. We just had 6 inches of snow yesterday, and now it's melting off again. But
this is it. There was like a foot of rain the night before. There's a foot of rain this night, but in the middle of the day, it's bright and sunny and cheery. And, I suppose it's not as bad as our citizens in Kentucky. They're all kind of bummed. I mean, poor Wildcats. They just didn't make it again. I guess that's really all I got. I got my parts in. It's looking promising. It just doesn't quite start. So we'll find out. But otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty much ready. I've moved from, oh crap, I don't have enough stock, to, oh crap, I don't have a demo. So that's a good step in the healing process. I'll be ready for the show by the time to load up the car on Thursday. So.
And Grant says he just got back from Wisconsin.
And then he'll be on shortly.
We can tell.
Yeah, he visited there because of the storm chasing.
He was here all week, wasn't he?
He just brings the storms.
Yeah, he delivered half. I don't know if we've ever had a half a dozen tornadoes in Wisconsin in like even one spring, much less 1 week. So, damn it, Grant. Go pick on
Grant,
someone
don't come
else.
up here.
It's like stay in Kansas, right?
Right. They belong out there. I mean, I left Dallas because we had 6 tornadoes. They're supposed to come here. Follow me up here like Ameritech.
Okay. Well, that was all I had on my list, unless now that Brian's back in the lab.
Yeah, I got back home here. I do have a couple of things that I did have set in here. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it back or not. So I only need like 5 minutes.
All right,
go for
it.
Real content. All right.
real content. I don't know about that, but anyway. Okay, let me get the camera. It's not quite in the right spot there. Okay, so about a month or so ago, if you are watching TJB Chris's channel, YouTube channel, he did a video with the CoCo 3 and the hard disk controller, and he showed this on his video there. This is the one he used. I loaned this one to him. He mentioned it. This is the controller that I actually got from Mr. Rick Euland a couple years ago. He had sold this to me, and so it functions, and TGB Chris was able to get it going. So he sent that back. But when he sent this back, he threw a little token in there with it, these little keychain things that he's 3D printing. So it says Radio Shack, color computer, and he put
color computer enthusiast. It says.
Yes. Yep. Whoops. There we go. I'm using kind of the wrong camera. I didn't quite have enough time to get it all set up there, but anyway. So he just kind of he's working on these here. He's trying to get the 3D printing to work right. He actually is painting this on there right now. So he's trying to work on his 3D printing there. But anyway, that was appreciated. So thanks TGB for throwing that in, and I'm glad that he was able to use this. So along that lines, because I've been wanting to get my setup going. Rick had sold me a hard drive as well. But just to have a spare part on hand, I did pick this up. So this is the Quantum. It's the Q540, and this is one of the models that was supported, I think, in the 35 meg drive there, the bigger one. And so you can see here it has the interface board on it. It's a MFM drive. Has the
that's full height.
Yes.
Oh yeah, full weight too, isn't it? Hold it up some more. Do a couple of lifts.
Holy cow!
That
hard drive is thick.
As the test points to stab him in the hand.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. A phone call came in, and the headset I have
taking over your world.
Tried to take over my headset here. Sorry about that. So yeah, you can do curls with this thing. So yeah, it's quite hefty. But yeah, it's full height. Got the little LED there. So, but this is what would be inside the chassis, like this here. Let me give me one second here.
Bonus points if you cut the wires and bridge them, the light wires to the light on the front of the chassis there.
Oh yeah,
that was the pro tip back in the way. That was how you fixed it. Yeah.
So this would be the drive, similar to the one that TGB had there. So it'd be a big drive. You can see here on the back. This is the Rick can probably tell you about that. This is the 50-pin connector on the back here. So it'd be a 50-pin cable that would go into here. So this would go from the interface.
Is that like a sassy cable or something?
It's I don't know. Is it really? It's really not
They
sassy.
said
It's more
it's semi-sassy, or it's not really officially anything, I don't think, but it's sassy-like.
Right,
because the controller is really just a parallel port.
If even that, it's really just a couple. Is it?
It's a
Rick,
bus adapter, yeah.
Yeah,
because there's
address translation and.
Yeah, there's just a handful of TTL circuits on it. This thing's very between the drivers on the CoCo 3 and then the interface board in here. That's where the
magic happens. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's a 50-pin ribbon cable that goes here, and then it would go to the back of here. And TGB Chris goes through this all on his video. This cable down here, this is the control out. So if you were to stack these, and I think you can go 3 or 4.
3.
We're pure MFM now, so you would have the control out, and if you had the nice base unit, you would have 3 data outs there, so you could put 3 more units on.
That's what the blank plates are for the data.
Yeah.
The challenge is finding a table that can take the weight.
Right?
Well, yeah, you ain't going to put it on your little fold-up best portable table.
And Rick, refresh my memory. I believe this drive and maybe some other ones that you had that came from a dentist's office, and he was using, and he had multiple drives or something running.
Yeah, he had a whole big stack of them, and then he had some spare ones for in case his main drives died. So I ended up with quite the haul from that guy.
What was the size of that hard drive anyway? What was the size of the hard drive?
Well, this one here is it's either the 25 or 35. I think this might be the 35 because
35 meg. Okay.
Right, because these big drives here came in. I think it was 5. Was it 5, 10, 15, and 25 or 35?
Something like that.
Yeah, there's also an 8 and a 70, I think, too, and some of them don't work with that controller, from what TGB Chris said.
Right.
None of the 8-inch drives are going to be compatible with that.
And some of the MFMs you can under format, so it might be really a 50 meg drive, but you format it as a 25, and you just wasted a bunch of space. But who cares anymore?
Right. So yeah, I picked up this drive here just to have as kind of a spare. I don't know if it works yet or not. I do got that MFM emulator that I have. I might go ahead and at least spin it up on this thing to see what kind of an image it is. I'm almost 100% confident there's not going to be anything CoCo on it. Although I did buy this drive from that eBay seller that has been quite frequently having CoCo related hardware on his listings there, and I picked up a couple drives that did, as we've talked about in the past, have CoCo on it. But I'm not going to bet any money on this one. So, but it's nice
That's
to have a
cool.
spare drive. So, so there's that. So moving on, I did pick up a couple issues of the CoCo Ads, these paperback ones here. So this is somewhat in a series here. Let's see here. I had the issues C3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then 10. I didn't have 9, but this was in the stack. These are all, I believe most of these, the majority of these are out on the archive already. But I still like the physical thing though. So, but yeah, the CoCo Ads, it's nice.
That's like Facebook Marketplace back in the 80s.
Oh, was it?
Right?
Okay.
As good as it got.
Yep. So, but yeah, there's listings in here and programs and stuff like that. So yeah, just your little newsletter. I'm not sure if this was was this a company or a club that did this one. I'm not sure.
I remember them advertising in Rainbow, so I think they were a company, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, because on the back here it says application for membership. Please print, and then you could fill it out and you could send in your $30 here. So maybe, I don't know, but so anyway, let's see. I think was that the three things I was going to show? Yeah, it wasn't going to take me very long. Let's see. I had that, and I believe that is it. So other than getting ready for the fest for next week, so that's all I got. Just wanted to share a few things.
Well, 25 reps each arm with that hard drive, and you'll be done for the day.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up, Wingnut. You charged up yet?
Yeah, I'm good enough. What's going on?
All right.
All right.
First thing I want to say is congratulations, Curtis Boyle, on your engagement.
Thank you.
Second thing I want to say is RIP CoCoNation News. It was good knowing it. Let's swap. All right, so where do you guys want me to start? I think we'll start here. There's Sloopy, and there's a CoCo.
Like that.
Hey, Sloopy.
Woohoo.
They said hi,
Dragon.
Sloopy. Hi.
He's got to run something on the CoCo 3 to make it look more impressive.
Yeah, I think he was running. We were playing Donkey Kong on it earlier. There was an issue with the FCC actually, where we were using an SD to micro SD adapter, and the adapter was causing it to short out or not work properly for whatever reason.
Oh, okay.
So switched to a version that took the micro SD directly, and it was working. All right, so here we go. The RS-80 stuff.
Looks like Galaxy Invasion playing there.
Hey, there's one of those hard drives.
Yeah, underneath there, holding up books.
Well,
Wingnut, what table was that Sloopy was at? Is that was that Jim Brains or?
yes, Jim Brains. Yep.
Okay, very good. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Retro Innovations. There it is. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Excuse me. Sorry. So I found my Bluetooth headset and it's working. There's
Boise.
Say hi to the CoCoNation.
Hey.
You want to go like that? Oh, there you go. It's on my Bluetooth. Did you hear him?
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
A little bit.
There. Let's see if we can. Hold on, let's do this. Now they can probably hear you.
Hey guys.
Hey, Boise.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but it's quite loud in here. How are y'all doing?
Doing good. How's the show going?
It's a lot of people, very busy. I've sold out of my books. I sold one of my hydro dip CoCos. I don't know if y'all have seen it. Did you show them earlier?
Yeah, we showed it on the show a month or two ago. Yeah.
There you go. Swap. Yep, Star Wars CoCo 2 here.
Call it the Camel CoCo Cube. This is just the case. Beautiful camouflage.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Whatever I don't sell, I'll be tipping over next week to Coming over next week to Chicago, and I'm not going to be at CoCo Fest next week because I have a prior commitment, but I have a booth there, so my stuff will be there to save it.
Who's going to be manning the booth that's selling your stuff?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Who's going to be manning the booth that's selling your stuff so people know where to look?
I haven't decided yet. I've asked several people. I haven't gotten a response. All I need is just somebody to set the booth up. I've got this thing on the table with my number. If anybody has a question about anything, they can text me. I'll be available by text, of course, but yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, it's a great show here. Lots of people, lots of traffic. I mean, this is busy. This is really great. So,
Yeah, I think it's definitely bigger than last year.
I think so too.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's
anyway,
cool.
look at y'all. It's loud, but thanks for saying a hi. Appreciate it. Good to see y'all.
Thanks, Boise.
All right, I'm gonna try to connect back to Bluetooth so you can hear me. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to connect to Bluetooth. I've got. It should connect. Why? Give me. All right. I'm just gonna walk around for a minute. And when it connects, it'll connect. I'm gonna swap back.
Yeah, we're actually
Okay,
hearing
we'll
you pretty
keep
good
going.
anyway, so keep going.
Yeah, I'm a terrible streamer, but I'm doing the best I can. All right.
Have you seen our
core
show?
memory table.
Right.
Got the mouse pads here. This is a pretty cool station I saw yesterday. Let me try to reconnect the Bluetooth so I can hear you guys. Because I want to be able to stop somewhere if you tell me to stop somewhere.
Yeah, if you ever need advice on bad streaming, we're here for you.
I don't think I need advice. I have plenty of experience in things like it, but it can only get better. So let me put this earphone in. Give me a second. Sorry. All right, so good. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're back on Bluetooth now, so now I can hear you. Okay. This was a very cool station. This was Dutch PCs, and there was an actual seminar on it yesterday where they talked about the RR1 that blew up 15 minutes after it started working, never to be used again.
Oh, it's a Dutch
There's a
PC.
game
Okay.
on here. Yeah, there's a game on here to fill up the video pan. There's a game
Oh,
on here
that's the Odyssey
that I
2.
thought-
That's the name of the Odyssey 2 when they was sold in Europe, isn't it? The
I'm not-
Magnavox
there
Odyssey
isn't
2 is the
any
same
name
machine,
for
I
it.
think, basically.
Okay.
So I thought this game here, Killer Bees, resembled Retroid when it's on. Sloopy didn't think so. I grabbed it immediately. He didn't think so, but I kind of thought so. Amiga Rochester. We got more Amiga stuff here. Okay. And there's more. I don't know how much time you guys want me to take, but there's more. Do you want to see more?
Yeah. I mean, one thing but unique, I think, to VCF East versus a lot of the other VCFs, most of those are in big halls where it's just rows and rows of tables, but you actually got like different rooms to go to, and I'm assuming they're themed in some way.
I don't think so. From what I saw, there's just a bunch of stuff in different rooms. I really haven't seen a particular. This is the IC tester, EEPROM writer, all in one. There's a whole bunch of motherboards of various types. Now we're gonna go. It's gonna be a little bit of a walk, because like we were saying earlier, it's spread apart across an old military base, which also has ham radio station and equipment. Last year I went to the actual ham museum and tried to get them to fire the equipment up, but there's nobody there to do so. This year I don't think I'm going to be even make it there because there's just so much going on here. Interesting story. Here's a funny story. So I'm not an actual exhibitor. There's 2 exhibitor badges per table, but I came to help Sloopy and Jim set up. And so I snuck into the consignment area early, claiming that I was helping Sloopy because he had a bad back. It lasted for about 30 minutes, long enough for me to get a few things before they kicked me out. But okay, so here's the FujiNet meatloaf table. We got a BBC computer. Apple. There's the CoCo. Got an Atari. Across from that, there's a IBM station where a bunch of people working for IBM basically took stuff out of the trash and put it together and made a display out of it, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
Here's some AT&T Unix PCs. The one they're using now is the one that has 2 processors in it, and it can also run DOS.
Is it a 7400? 7400?
73.
All right.
Unit displays. About 11 o'clock today, I wouldn't have been able to walk through here. It was packed. It started to thin out a little bit, and somebody else is doing the screen, so I'm going to try to walk around them. All right, we even got somebody up there with all the old payphone technologies.
What time is it there?
Yeah.
Right now it's 3 o'clock.
Okay.
I asked the guy if he could help me make a phone call. He said no.
I look like an operator to you.
This is an interesting setup. They recreated the photo with Steve Jobs, and you can take your photo there, which I did. All the components are glued down to the table. Pretty cool. So I have my picture there. Oh, there you go. Wheel of Fortune. I played that game. Wow. That's wild.
It's a compact portable, like the first portable PC.
Macintosh stuff. There's a few more things. There's one more room. I'm going to try to sneak over to that. Well, actually, there's a couple other rooms. It's going to take me a minute to walk there, but my phone is at 44%, so I think we'll be okay. It's going to take just a little bit of time to get there. But yeah, this is an old military base. It's pretty interesting. Whole bunch of antennas up. Here I'm going in that
military base and EMF capital of the Eastern Seaboard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's all. Yeah. How about it? There's all kinds of antennas up there that the wires have been cut off of and stuff. It's pretty interesting. Wonder what they were transmitting. So that's the consignment area. This morning the line was about a quarter to a half mile long. Yeah. So there was no way I was going there because I really don't have a need for anything. I got to maximize what I have first. All right,
so where are you taking us?
To the other exhibit rooms. So see where these people are standing over there? There's more exhibits over there.
Well, you're getting exercise.
Right.
Oh yeah, this is pretty good.
I'd never make it here.
Wow, everything's really spread out.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat. And then there are people here just visiting the actual museum itself. Yeah, for the World War II relics and whatnot. You got quite a crowd. This is more of the DOS, Windows, XP variety stuff. Cost-effective computers. These are interesting. These were weird Japanese laptops. And so there's all kinds of little devices there that are unique. I was playing with this one yesterday. That Sony Vaio is pretty interesting. Okay. I think there's like 2 more rooms. I think I showed you there where the talks were. Or maybe that was somebody else, but there's where they have the talks in there. Here we go. We're now in room F. And there's more stuff.
There's a purple computer.
good sized venue.
Yeah, it's like the smaller rooms, you get more space because you don't have to
It's an Amiga
line
1200.
up.
We got music station. Hey man, we got video rendering. Tetris. Hey, man. There you go. P64 replica. How about that one?
Ooh.
Yeah. Like the Apple III. So there's an Apple One in here from 10 to 3. I wasn't getting in line for that one. I think I'm going the right way. Yeah. All right. One more room. 2 more rooms actually.
Wait, you just passed the food.
Oh yeah.
Well, can't have any.
We all know what that is. So
No,
this room is interesting because on one half of it, it's still the original, what the museum was purpose for stuff. And then on the other side, more retro computers.
What's that there?
It says robot. The Robot Research Inc. Model 1200C color slow scan converter.
Ah, cool.
That's what that is.
Oh, there's your old ham radio stuff, eh?
Oh yeah, somebody good. Oh, they're doing APRS.
Yeah, TV over ham radio. It's great, man.
Yeah. I should go get my HT and start putting out a signal. They'll find me.
Commodore 128. Apple
All
TV.
right. So
There's my boy, 33 ASR.
Where?
Teletype.
I typed a few programs into that because our school wouldn't give us storage, so you had to punch your stuff off on tape and bring it back tomorrow and load it back in.
That rotary dial on it. Tape reader.
All right, so we got a Timex station.
It's better than the teletype.
And then we have this station. I was here yesterday, pretty interested in it. Some RCA stuff. So apparently this right here, this RCA Studio 2, was voted the worst video game console ever made.
Gee.
Yeah. Oh, was that the black and white one and then you stuck plastic sheets on the TV to make it color?
I'm not sure.
Gee.
Sure. Yeah, you want that? Hey.
Because the RCA 2, which is the core of all these machines, was designed by Joseph Weisbecker. This is George Weisbecker.
Hi.
Who wrote some of the first games. Not the posters. So he wrote some games for the Studio 2.
Can you hear him? Can you guys hear the
It's
gentleman?
a bit
talking?
spotty. I can hear some of it, but it's cutting in and out a bit.
Okay, let me turn off the Bluetooth again. That way you can get.
Here you go. This is the CoCoNation. It's a show I'm on weekly. Let's here we go. Swap it. There you go.
Hey, so my name's Stuart Russell. I just happen to be at VCF, and I've been talking to Joyce Weisbecker, whose father designed the RCA 1802 gaming system, or processor system, which was used in the RCA Studio 2 and many other embedded applications. And it still has many fans because it's so simple to program. And people who learned on the very simple ELF computer described in 1976 have gone on to use it their whole life. Their careers, they become programmers. It's been their fun hobby that's kept them happy all these years. So yeah.
Okay.
Let's see it.
You guys have any questions?
Let's see it.
Oh, he said, let's see it.
Sadly, we don't have our Studio 2 isn't working right. Don't know what happened.
Which one is it?
It's this.
Okay.
An ALTAIR here. So that was the $88 kit.
$88 kit here.
The 1976.
1976, $88 kit.
See if I can find the. Is it? No, it's not this one.
So a year before the Atari VCS.
Yeah, I mean the Studio 2 was designed before the VCS came out, but unfortunately RCA management sat on it, and it came out at about the same time as the VCS and couldn't compete. So
Way to go, RCA. They sat on everything they ever made. Holy smokes.
So I can't hear anything. There's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, it's a lot of noise, unfortunately.
Good thing it wasn't a stick-up joystick.
Yeah.
Sitting on it wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Got just a little bit more. I'll take 2 more stops.
What's the you know that board you showed us at the top there?
That was how many? $88?
What's the
$88.
processor
It's an
on there?
What was the processor on that?
Yeah, right there in the middle.
RCA 1802.
Oh.
1802.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their own custom one.
Okay.
When the show's over, we can go
Thank
through
you.
it slowly.
All right. So that's funny. So I think that's it. As far as this stuff goes, I might have missed something, but I don't think so.
Were you able to buy anything that you wanted?
I wasn't really looking for anything, but I
Yeah,
did
but-
buy an Atari XE 130. I got it for $50, and I got a Ender 5 3D printer for $150.
Nice.
Cool.
So that's I'm pretty sure. I think Sloopy got a whole bunch of stuff, and I know Jim got a few things. So maybe they could tell you what they got, but there you go. In a synopsis, that's oh, I didn't show you guys this. This was Sloopy's favorite room yesterday.
It's
right
the
here.
green room. Take a little nap. Wait.
That was the favorite Sloopy, man.
The
I sat
bathroom
there
close
with him
by.
for about a half hour, and then I was like, I can't just sit here. I got to do something. So, well, there you go. I don't know. Do you guys have any questions? Is there anything that you wanted to see before I shut it down? Or
So this was a military classroom or something? This building?
yeah, it was a military base. It was made for testing radars. They tested radars and did a whole bunch of that kind of stuff with it. Actually, down the street, there's a huge satellite dish down the street.
No bugs in the building, I'll bet.
Right? They've been zapped
I'll tell
long
you-
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Wi-Fi reception and internet reception is spotty in some places, man.
You got
I bet
a,
you
you got a
have
good
some-
looking ear, man.
Yeah, I bet you they have some really good shielding going on around here.
Oh yeah, every building's got lead lining and stuff, so they can do
Oh yeah.
their secret radio stuff back in the day. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know if I didn't tell you guys this. So I came walking around the other day to find Sloopy. He's outside in the back of it, like talking with somebody with their trunk open in their car. The guy had a window from the space shuttle.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
and
wait
had
a minute. From a crashed space shuttle or
I didn't get into
No,
details.
they
All I
change
know-
them out. They get pitted, so they change them out. So
Yep. All I know
Got
is that
one.
he was very, very adamant about us not getting that serial number in any photos or anything.
oh geez.
Yeah, because
So
some people
he had it, but he didn't own it, is what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, somebody probably wants it back. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah,
at. That's
NASA's
what
looking, where's that damn window at?
they got a what was that thing they put on the Chevy cars?
Oh, can't hear anything.
got a low jack on it. But yeah, there you go. There's VCF East for you in a nutshell.
Well, you did a good job.
Oh,
Appreciate
thanks.
the walk.
Oh yeah, no problem. And I appreciate you guys allowing me to present.
And now your phone shall end.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Wingnut.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Have a good one.
You guys too.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a commercial break and then the game on results.
All right.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation Show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boys in Tech, Brendan Donahue, Brian Blake, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glen Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Gore, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation Show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hi, this is Mikey N6IL, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the nation's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
The CoCoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters: Poison Tech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the Welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Balldozer. We had a total of 16 players. We had Mark O with 224, Ed Rhodes 301, Mike Zweifel 310, 8-Bits in the Basement 317, Coconut Bob 352, Sloopy Malibu 363, Doug Venner 424, Richard G 456, Tasman 488, Jim Rye 532, Canadian Retro Things 538, Rich N 539, Shenley 633, Dr. Ted 640, Kieran 1005, and this week's number one score belongs to CoCo Fu with 1,218. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes CoCo Fu.
Salute.
First time winner, I think.
Right,
Yeah, I
that's the
believe
new
so.
one.
He's relatively new for playing the games too, so it's only been the last few weeks.
So he still has reflexes.
Yes.
Right.
So,
What are those?
For Balldozer, I did find a couple of reviews. I had to search long and hard to find these, but let's see here. The first one is from 6809 user from April, or no, from, I don't even know when this one's from. And so as we can see, Balldozer was originally a 4-pound game. So another one of those fairly budget games available in the UK.
I was just going to say, that's pretty heavy.
What do you mean pretty heavy?
4 pounds.
It's a weight.
It's a bad joke.
measures
That's
joke.
what that is.
Curtis, you're not even married yet. And you're already making bad
He's
dad
already
jokes.
got
I've been doing dad jokes
going.
since I was, a teenager. So
Anyways, so this particular reviewer wrote that Balldozer is one of the best games that he's seen in a while. There's a definite resemblance to an arcade game called Arkanoid, and talks a lot about how some people say that there's no arcade games for the Dragon, but then it's your typical breakout game with a few exciting extras, and just talks about the different power-ups that you can have on it.
I like that. Similar to this obscure game Arkanoid.
And then the next review that I found was in Dragon Update from October of 1988. They just had a paragraph on it that Balldozer, single-player game, keyboard only. Each screen is designed differently and needs a different approach, making it more of a tactical game that requires more thought than just placing your bat in the way. So, definitely true. You gotta, especially when you have the catch power-up, you got to think about where you want to release the ball from so that you have the best chance of actually being able to return it. So, yeah. Okay. That's weird. My stop share button has disappeared. Did they change Zoom again?
Quite probably.
Oh, well, let's see what happens if I just close this. There we go.
Hey!
An error! Your sharing has stopped because the window was closed. Well, because you took away my stop share button. Stupid thing. Anyway, not that I'm complaining about technology today.
Yeah. I'd have to say, those, I mean, the reviews, I mean, the Dragon had been discontinued in 83, 84, and this game came out in 88, 89 type thing, so I think it's accurate to say that for the games that were coming out that you had to pay for at that time, that actually probably was one of the better ones.
It's interesting, too, though, that like the Dragon was discontinued in whatever, 83, 84, yet into the early 90s, there were still Dragon user-type magazines.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like Rainbow, because Rainbow outlasted not that long, though.
Not that long. I mean,
because the CoCo was basically gone when about 90, 91, I think they were just kind of selling out stock, and Rainbow lasted till mid-83 or 93.
Yeah. Well, these some of the magazines lasted almost 10 years after the end of the Dragon, so that's a pretty good track record.
Yeah. We did have on the CoCo side, we had a bunch of new magazines started up after the discontinuation, much like World 16 Micros, etc. Rick wrote for example, but those were launched as replacements to Rainbow, or at least, you know, to keep the CoCo community going. And then, of course, eventually the internet took over. So, So what was the highest level that anybody made on Balldozer? I'm curious to know, because it's pretty hard.
I believe it was level 4. Actually, I was going to take a screenshot of that, and then I had to reset my computer, so it disappeared on me. Let's see if I can bring that up again. Where's Discord? There we go. Just bear with me for a second while I look this up.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody posted a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
In the Game On Challenge Discord channel. If you're not already on the CoCo Discord, why not? You should be. There's a ton of cool stuff on there.
Let's see here.
And since I joined a little bit late, what's Bob Emery working on right now?
An undisclosed project.
None of us know.
Oh.
This is
Stuff
not
that'll
working
be
for me.
with me at the fest.
Oh, it's a fest.
It's
secret.
a fest project, so it's secret until then.
Not really secret.
Quick, zoom it up and get all the chip numbers and stuff so we can figure out what
Right, we'll reverse engineer it.
Oh, too late.
Yeah, there
Sorry.
it is. There's the schematic. No, I'm just kidding.
I just wanted to quickly show you. This is level 4 here. So for all of us that didn't see this, except for CoCo Fu, this is what level 4 looks like.
So that one has the, if I remember, because I did get this far back when I first got the game.
It has
pirated.
solid blocks.
Yeah, the ones
that
you can't destroy plus the ones you
destroy.
can mixed together.
I thought it was a pretty impressive game for £4.
Yeah, that would have been what in that time period, probably about $8-9.
Okay,
American.
Zoom will not let me stop sharing. Can you force me to stop sharing?
Mark, kill him!
Yes, I can actually.
I can do all kinds of
There.
things. Watch.
I don't know why. I have absolutely no way to stop sharing right
They
now.
probably upgraded it while you were online. So
Yeah.
yeah.
The button has disappeared on me. Okay, do we want to see the schematics of what Bob's working on now?
Oh, did you get it captured? And yeah.
Before I try to share something else and can't get out of it.
Oh, those video boards.
What yeah.
Oh,
there's something about CM8 up in the
GBS.
upper right corner there, so I'm assuming it's
the
video.
magic box thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my GBS-CM8 adapter, and it has a nice metal box. That's the whole point of this, is the fact that you have a case for GBS 8200 now. It's
Nice.
not just a bare board sitting on the table with a
I
bunch
like
of wires
it. When I
sticking
was a
out of
kid,
it.
I didn't mind, but I really like cases now that I get older.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put a thing in a box and yeah. Spill coffee on it. It might live anyway. I mean, it's great.
Actually, it all fits in there pretty nicely.
Nice.
This is the entire I/O panel here. You got your RGB cable in, 5 volts in, got a USB 5 volt out, and an HDMI out. And this audio input is an auxiliary input. Normally it has your RGB audio coming through the HDMI port.
Yeah.
But for if you plug in, say, your stereo pack or whatever, you can plug that stereo output into here and it'll send that output to the TV.
Oh, nice.
With your HDMI.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, your Orchestra 90 or whatever that doesn't go out the normal output.
Right.
Go into there.
Right.
Perfect.
And it'll, I believe
That'll
it'll
work good with
replace
Sock's
the
mod
CoCo's
player then.
original. Yeah. So I'll have maybe 5 or so of these metal boxes, a couple of them complete with the GBS, but mainly this is for people who might already have a GBS. Now there's an adapter board for it that makes it, easier to plug into the
And
CoCo.
couldn't figure out how to get that to work with the CoCo.
Yeah, right. So this includes a little sync combiner, and there's a way to put on the ESP8266 if you wanted to go to the GBS control mod. You can just put on a microcontroller, flip the switch, and that should
Good.
work.
Nice.
And and for the GBS control, so my board includes this 3-pin header that you then solder it to the chip, put a controller chip in there, and then that's how the microcontroller takes over the board. So you only have to solder 3 additional wires here. And then you've already got your.
So this might be Curtis friendly then.
Yeah.
Soldering any wires is not Curtis friendly.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Curtis would have to buy the one that's already assembled, probably.
Exactly.
Oh, there
Nailed
you
it.
But for anybody who's a tinkerer, and if you already have a GBS 8200, I'll have some of these boxes that don't have it, and you can just adapt it pretty easily. These 2 mounting points fit the GBS perfectly, and little fan blows right across the heat sink. It stays nice and cool and everything. So I'm just basically getting a bunch of these ready. I got a bunch of the HDMI to start, or a bunch of VGA to HDMI adapters, and I'm modifying them so that they can plug into the board easier. Like so.
Oh, good stuff.
Yep.
It's done, man.
Be a nice, neat package.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't mean to take over the game on. What are we
that's
playing
fine.
next?
That's fine. I have nothing much to talk about. For tips and tricks for Balldozer, I guess we'll talk
Balldozer.
about. One of
Try to
the
get the
things
double
that,
speed, I guess.
Yeah, the double speed. But one of the things that's interesting that I did not know is that the until this morning actually, the up arrow, if you catch it and you move your paddle over, I think all the way to the right of the screen, you automatically advance to the next level.
Oh.
So it's like a warp thing.
So you have
Well,
to have
that
the
would have been-
catch ball thing enabled for that to work?
No, you catch, like, there's one of the power-ups that comes down is an up arrow. I thought that
Okay.
actually sped your ball up, but it doesn't. It actually warps you to the next level.
Just finishes your level.
Oh, so you might be able to
Yeah.
get past level 4 then.
Yeah.
You just got to get the arrow and get over there to the side before the ball hits the floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
or you get smacked. Okay.
Cool.
So, one of those things that did not know about, and might be an easier way to get past some of the levels.
I mean, a way for me to get some more screenshots of the levels, because some of those types of games I would like to get screenshots of every level if I could, but it's darn hard
Yeah.
to do without cheating.
Right.
Good luck. I mean, the best we could do this week was level 4, and there's 31 levels, so...
Well,
But just out
maybe
of
that's
curiosity,
it.
how many times did you see an up arrow when you were playing, Ken?
Right.
It comes not as frequently as the other ones, but there's usually a few on each level.
I wonder if there's levels where you have to have the up arrow to end the level is the only way to get out of it. They kind of
that would be that would
built
just be
that
mean.
in there. Well, yeah, but they were mean.
Maybe
back
that's
then.
the secret to that last level that Stuart was saying, that it's not obvious to the player what you need to do
How to
get past
win. Yeah.
You got to get the up arrow and just warp out of it, and you're finished.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know what else to say about it. Anybody else got some tips and tricks other than, of course, don't be greedy, because if you don't have the speed up, it sometimes can be really hard to get across the screen to get the ball.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I've noticed that I guess in the vein of European style games, a lot of times the ball is like right on the left edge of the paddle and it still goes through. So it's like I had to keep teaching myself to favor more the right side of the paddle. Kind of annoying.
Okay. And I guess the other game that we played this week was Basic Pac Man, which from the comments that I saw on that, look like people are being pretty complimentary about that. They're enjoying it.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but I did notice the screenshots. I mean, people are making it to the different levels with the different mazes, etc. Have you had any submissions as far as creating their own levels yet, or?
Honestly, I've been so busy this week. I
haven't had a chance to even look.
haven't had this morning was the first time I even looked at Discord. So this week, but yeah, I mean it's Pac Man, so I guess one of the things I did read there is that all the ghosts move at the same speed, so you can't kind of use some of the tricks that you used to in the original Pac Man.
Like the red one's the fastest, and
Yeah. So you kind of got to get used to that as being a little bit different, but other than that, I don't know. I guess I can show the...
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I still haven't had a chance to even try the basic Pac Man, and you guys had mentioned that the version 3 or the latest version was quite a bit faster than previous ones. So I'm kind of curious to see how fast it runs now, because I've only seen the original.
Well, I'm going to share my screen again and see if it will let me stop share at some point. But nope, no stop, no end of the stop or no stop share button on here. So I wasn't actually there for the live game on challenge, so I have no idea what happened.
And Sloopy's attending VCF.
I was hoping Sloopy was going to be here today to talk about it. I forgot he was going to a show. So let's see if we can get to some gameplay here. Yeah, in the top corner there.
We had six 6 at one time playing.
Yeah, and you got it evenly divided between 3 on each of the 2 games, which is a good sign that both games are popular. Sometimes you get those real bad games, like you play it for the first 5 minutes and going, I'm not playing this anymore, and then you kind of skip it. Yeah, it's still a little choppy. I mean, it's basic.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's
But
better
also,
than I remember.
I think this also might be just the streaming, because it didn't look that choppy when I was playing it in real life.
No, I was only noticing that the joystick controls were a little slow.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages of basic, but let's see.
Yeah, that's right. The author of the Pac Man was in attendance.
Oh, okay.
Did he have any tips or tricks or anything he mentioned about it?
Not that I remember.
Hey, look at that. Everybody's made it to the red maze. Let's see if Sloopy ever zooms it up here.
Not looking like it so far. Oh, somebody playing something else there now?
Oh, somebody's got the picture of the ColecoVision Pac Man there.
Now what's the game in the top there? That 8-bit guy?
Busted out Oodles.
Oodles.
That's Paul
it's another
Shoemaker's.
gem style game then.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Brian Blake's comment there. This Balldozer game has me speaking in unpleasant tones and words.
Yeah, Jim Rye is saying in the chat here, he said that Tyler, the author of the basic Pac Man, showed us the map editor. So I don't know if that in the stream somewhere. Jim, do you remember roughly how far into the show that would have been? So I don't know, just look like a normal screen. You just start moving stuff around, or how the editor works.
I'll just randomly pick spots and see what.
All right, see what's there.
How about here? Oh, now we've got 4 people playing. Ooh, somebody made it to a purple maze there.
I think that was a wrong color set.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Usually I'm the one doing the wrong color set.
Yeah, so Jim said it was fairly early that he showed the map editor. And Henry Strickland just said, hey, everybody, I'm on the road to Chicago. So he's heading out early.
Oh, sweet.
A full week early.
No,
Send
full
the
week's
chocolate bars
passed.
with him.
In fact, I count 4 days before you have to sort of be on the road.
Yeah, because it's shifted a day earlier
There.
than it used to be. You set up on Thursday night, right?
Yeah, I got to be there Thursday.
You know, I'll be driving Thursday.
Same
I got to
here.
work Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where the map editor might be.
It's in there somewhere, but yeah.
For the next episode, I'll maybe try and get some footage of that.
It's on our stream, so you could go find it and find it yourself if you want to, folks.
Or
Yeah,
just
there you go.
download
Go
it and
watch.
use it.
Go watch the live show. And if you're interested in joining us for the live show, it's on Thursday nights at what is that? 8 o'clock Eastern.
8 Eastern, yeah. 5
5 p.m.
Five
Pacific,
Pacific.
8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, in the Game On Challenge live channel on Discord. All you have to do
Or
is
if you
show
can't make
up.
it, you can watch it live streaming on Twitch or on YouTube on the CoCoNation channel.
Yes, you can.
And
So,
make snide comments watching everybody else play.
Yep,
Ken does those live, but
I do. Sometimes when I'm there. So, let's see if I can just kill this screen and it ends my stream.
By the way, you got a compliment there,
Yay.
Ken. Richard Gore in the chat says, I'm looking to Thursday night every week now. Looking forward to doing the challenge live with everyone. It's so fun. I encourage everyone to join in.
There you go. Thank you, Richard. That's a very Canadian thing to say.
And then we're sorry.
Yeah, so I guess next week we're not technically having a show, are we?
Yeah, I think everybody's pretty well that does handles the streaming side of things going to be in Chicago, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
Mark, you were talking about maybe setting up something that people could type in.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, we won't
camera
be doing
setup
the
or
Game
something.
On Challenge next week or anything. So I guess Basic Pac Man is going to last for an extra week.
Well, I think Sloopy's still going to be home, so he would stream.
Yeah, but do we really want to do the Game On Challenge and stuff while you guys are all at the fest? And
Ken, we can all win the high scores this way because they won't be playing.
Ooh. Wahaha. We won't do a Game On Challenge next week.
Ken owns the top 5, type thing.
So
We'll carry Basic Pac-Man over for an extra week, which means.
But feel
this
free to
next-
join in the Discord. Like if you aren't going to be at the show and you have some time, maybe you guys can just
Yeah.
join in. If Sloopy wants to stream it, great. If not, you'd still have fun playing.
Well, if
against
Sloopy's going to be
Coco.
home, he'll Thursday night. We'll still have the live Game On Challenge then.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I guess our game for the next 3 weeks, because of Coco Fest, will be. Can anybody guess this one? Curtis, you can't guess.
I might not know. Oh, the one that just had a re-release here recently.
Yep.
Coco 3, 512K, 6309 optional. There's a 639 and a 609 version.
Yes, there is. When you download it, you get both versions. So.
There's even a version for was it the Mac or the PC included too, isn't there, or that you can get?
On the archive, it's only the 2 versions for the Cocos.
Yeah, I think his page actually, or maybe the instructions have a link where you can actually get. I think it's the Mac version of it.
Come on, anybody, guess. Come on.
Can anybody tell us what it looks like? What it's a clone of?
like a galaxy.
Galaga
Galaga, yeah.
No, go older than that.
or Galaxian.
Older. Than that.
Well, Space Invaders.
Bingo.
There you go. Except it's got some definite. I'll let you discover the vast differences of Space Invaders from
The vast differences.
It's not an Artemis sunrise, is it?
No, this would probably be like one of the Apollo
Right.
landings. Is a digitized copy on the Coco
Yeah.
from one of the original Apollo ones, though.
Yeah.
But so this one starts out the first screen is very Space Invaders like, and then it just goes off the rails after that.
In a good way.
In a
Is there
good way.
Is there music?
Yes.
The newest version, yes, there's some music. Not like high-end stuff, but it's
stuff.
running in the background while it's playing with digitized sound effects on top of it. So
Cool.
still haven't said the title yet.
I know, because nobody's guessed it.
Nobody knows.
Can't remember.
What's it start with?
Jimmy.
Oh,
right?
Starts with space.
Well, that narrows it down.
2 words. First word is space.
Warp.
No, that's a different one we'll be
Intruders.
covering in the news. By the way, the author of Basic Pac-Man has joined us too. So if you want to talk to him,
so
Ken,
we'll
about some stuff.
we'll switch over to him right after we guess this. Anyways, I'll show. It's Space Bandits.
Oh.
Did you notice there you got your choice of keyboard or joystick controls? You can use the internal sound, or I think it's the ORC 90, or was it the speech sound pack it lets you use as well?
Speech sound pack, I believe. Don't quote me on that though.
Digitized sound effects, 512K required. Background music in the latest version that was just uploaded to the archive in the last couple of weeks, because the game itself's been out for a couple of years now at least.
Yeah. So, enjoy it, everybody. That will be for, I guess, 3 weeks.
Interesting that the background's white instead of any other color.
That's just the title.
Yeah.
Yeah, the option screen.
I mean, the option
Usually
screen, yeah.
space stuff has black background.
Well, it does when you get into the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Differentiates
when
it from the rest
when you're
of the
on the
game.
moon firing back at the aliens. I see Grant Leedy's joined us as well, so expect a tornado soon.
It's gonna hit the whole nation.
Wisconsin.
Is Grant visiting Patrick right now?
I was yesterday.
Yeah, we noticed. And there was an EF2 within 15 miles of my house. Thanks, Grant.
Too many
All right,
trees
well-
up. Too many trees up there, by the way.
Not anymore. Thousand Oaks, they put an 850 number on the sign.
Do you have one of those ladybug-looking cars?
Oh, are the things that shoot in the ground so you don't get sucked up and blown away?
Yeah.
And
No, I don't have one of those.
oh man, you need one of those. They're cool. We could take us all around Chicago in it.
Hey, before we get to Grant, because I'm sure he's got some updates on the fest stuff here, we should talk to the author of.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
Synthesis, if you wanna.
Okay, you're still muted. Like we can see you.
How
though.
about now?
Yeah, there we go.
There, we can hear you.
Hey.
Hello. So, I don't particularly have anything prepared about this, but so what made you decide to write this basic Pac-Man?
Yeah, so I rescued my old CoCo 3 out of my parents' attic last summer. Was restoring that, and then found all these discs that I had collected, and I uncovered a Pac-Man game that I had started about 33 years ago. And
This seems to be
I
a
got my
theme today.
CoCo when I was and I got the CoCo when I was first got the CoCo when I was like 11, right? But I didn't start doing this program until I was in college, because I was always coding something but never completing anything that I would start, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
but
I'm
I'm
just
kidding.
right. So
never heard of somebody.
So
doing
me and my
that.
friends were always talking about making the ultimate video game and everything, but I was too lazy to learn assembly. And I guess one day I'm in college, I'm like, I should be able to make some kind of game from start to finish using maybe BASIC. And I ran across a program called Photogenic or FontGen or something like that for the CoCo 3. And it would allow you to make your own fonts that you could use with HPrint. And I guess that inspired me to say, hey, I could make a tile set with that font generator and use the HPrint command and maybe get a basic Pac-Man game running around. And I got as far as like 2 ghosts working at once. Didn't have the collision detection or any of that. So, dusted that off, got AI to help me kind of get me up to speed with my old basic code. But then I ran across the fact that, you can optimize your basic to run faster. It just doesn't look pretty. So, I took a new approach, right? Instead of writing what looked like textbook basic, nice textbook basic, I ended up, writing stuff that would actually work faster, based on, I think it was Sabitha. Am I getting that right? Sabitha's blog. Yeah. And that was quite a, rabbit hole to go down. But yes, eventually got it working with 4Ghosts, got the collision working and everything like that. So it was a lot of fun, I guess, learning how to badly program to make things go faster. So I guess, that was fun.
If it's making you go faster, I don't call that badly programming.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
like so many variables and,
Looks
spaces
ugly, but
wiped out
works, right?
yeah. No conditions, right? Using on go to and on go sub.
So how long
yeah,
did you have to work on it to finish it when you got back to it 33 years later?
That's a good question. I would say probably in total 4 weeks worth of work, maybe, but over the course of 3 months, I would say, because I got it. I started in probably June and got it workable, the first draft, for September, Septandy. But it lacked some things. I think you guys had reviewed it, and there were some comments on how slow it was, and that really hurt my feelings. So I had to
So
go
he
back
fixed
and
it.
figure out how to optimize it further. I don't think everyone could appreciate at the time that it was all basic, right? I think there was some comments about wondering if I use subroutines, machine language subroutines or anything like that. But no, it's completely basic. And the only, I think, cheating I did was I did write a Python script with the help of ChatGPT, or I think, to take a WAV or MP3 file and turn it into a play command using 255 length notes at tempo 255 to kind of simulate the WAV file. So that's how all the sound effects are done, is using that.
Yeah, because those for
to take
basic
real
are
Pac Man
pretty close to the
sounds.
arcade. I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, and again, it was a script. It's all on the GitHub. That if anyone wants to play around with those scripts, I think the first script I wrote was to take two play commands and merge them into one, so you'd have like a two-voice play statement going on. But it would just alternate between, the note for track 1 and the note for track 2, and that was interesting. That's how I got the first intro music done. But then, later I did this wave conversion that I think, sounded a little bit better. It worked really well with the sound effects as well.
Yeah, Erico Montero in the chat, he's saying it was great and basic. The visuals are ace. Music too.
Yeah, thanks.
And he's been doing a lot of compiled basic stuff. That's why the question I had: have you ever considered going through with one of the compilers like UG Basic?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out what my next project will be. Part of me was like, maybe I can do another Pac Man Basic with another arcade style game, because I figured, I wrote the hard part. Now maybe I could replace some characters. But yeah, I think either going into compiled basic or actually learning machine language might be the next step to write that ultimate game that I never wrote as a kid. So.
Or you just make all the classics in BASIC. Do like a Donkey Kong BASIC and a Donkey Kong Jr. BASIC. And
yeah, I was thinking like Frogger maybe, but I don't know.
BASIC.
Yeah, basic Frogger. But I don't know if it would work well with that whole H-print concept. I probably have to step up my game to do.
Yeah, especially with the scrolling
array
of logs and stuff, it might not be fast enough.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're all kids here, just older.
Right. Give it a whirl. What the?
Yeah. The basic compilers, though, you might be able to do it. I mean, I know Glen's is pretty
Right.
optimized now, so. And even UG Basic, you can get 5 to 10 times speed up depending on what you're doing.
Yeah. Do you know if UG Basic works with CoCo 3 or is it just CoCo 2?
Yeah, it does have
Okay.
some CoCo 3 support at least. I don't know how fully extended it is, but
It has a specific compiler for CoCo 3 versus CoCo 1, 2, and Dragon.
okay. I know speed-wise, Glen Hewlett's is faster, but it's CoCo 3 only. Like, it's only meant for that. Whereas UG Basic, if you write it generic enough, you can actually have the game ported to a C64 and a few other machines at the same time, make it for a whole bunch of retro machines.
Right.
Yeah, I think I have a more complex game that I'd like to start, but it sounds like the compiled basic might be the way to go.
Well, does anybody else have any other questions or comments or anything else?
I'm just hoping that some people, by the time, like, since we have an extra week, and it's gonna be 3 weeks, so we have some time for some people to actually go and use the editor and make their own levels and send them up.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
Off.
Yeah, I did find a bug, I think, because I made a maze this Thursday during the Game On Challenge and played it, and somebody, either the Pac Man or the Ghost, went through one of the walls. So there may be a mathematical error somewhere in tracking the maze pieces, or a fluke. I don't know, but yeah, the Maze Maker in general, it does work. So I was thinking it'd be fun if we could all have like a contest, pick maybe the top 10 mazes, and then run those through another Game On Challenge in the future.
Although, really, honestly, why wouldn't a ghost be able to go through the wall?
Fair enough.
It's a ghost.
There you go. It's a
It's a
feature, not a
feature.
bug.
Right, that's a feature. It's
All about how you explain it.
That's right.
It's how the original Pac-Man messed up.
Oh, and the table counter overwrapped.
No, when
Game
the
goes nuts?
ghosts couldn't go through the walls
Oh,
in
through
the
the wall.
original Pac-Man. That's
Right.
got to be
That's a bug,
mistake.
yeah.
That's a bug. First time it's been fixed.
And if anybody needs some hints on the basic Pac-Man, 2 of the ghosts goes twice as slow as the other ghosts. So you can figure out which ghosts are the slow ghosts versus the fast ghosts. And the secret tunnels, if somebody's on your butt, go through the tunnel and they'll lose a spot or a space. It'll give you a little bit more breathing room away from that ghost.
Just out of curiosity, when you made this, like, do all the ghosts have the same kind of follow you routine, or do they react differently?
Yeah, and I wrote that 33 years ago for 2 of the ghosts, but basically I think the one ghost is pretty aggressive. The second ghost has a blind spot. Basically, the further down you go in the ghost list, the more blind spots they have, as far as they don't look for you in that direction, and they kind of do their own thing. That's a high level summarization of it. But yeah, they're definitely different algorithms for the ghosts.
Okay, good. Good.
One less tenacious than the other. Yeah.
So there is something
I was
to
afraid
learn there to figure out.
Yeah, and I was afraid that by the time I got to the 4th ghost, it would just run around in circles. But luckily, whatever rhyme or reason I used to kind of reduce the effectiveness of the ghost, it worked pretty well. I was pretty satisfied that you weren't overly powered by ghosts, but they weren't also running around and ignoring you. So.
All right. Anybody else got anything?
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what it looks like running through one of the compilers. If it's not too much work to get it changed. Obviously, the syntax is a little bit different on both those. And even though compilers back in the old days, you couldn't just take the program, throw it in, and it would work. You'd have to play with the syntax a bit.
Yeah, I think with all that optimization, though, I think you'd probably just be better off writing it from scratch. Using the
That may be
original
the
code.
thing. If your code's heavily geared towards your optimizations, then they're going to take that out and do the things they put back in. Is that enough to make up for what was taken away by not doing your funky basic from per Alan Huffman and things like that?
Mr. Synthesis, what's your real name?
Yeah, Nathan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, glad that you got back into the CoCo because
that was fun.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun game.
Yeah.
It's
more mazes than
a-
even Miss Pac-Man.
Yep, it's a version of Pac-Man that I think everybody is really having a lot of fun playing around with, and it definitely, when you think about the fact that it is basic, it's definitely a feat of programming.
You know where
Well, thanks.
you said it goes through a wall or something? Have you
Yeah.
thought about, having that go off into another game?
Figure what the bug is first.
Yeah, your ghost has to cross the freeway. Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, some moving logs and cars. And
completely different.
All of a sudden, it's got to jump over barrels on a girder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right, and then you run into Froggers.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was hoping I could put little intermissions in the game, but yeah, it was going to be too hard, I think, to pull that off.
Have you ever played the MC10 machine language Pac-Man?
I have not.
That's pretty interesting too. They've got all
slick.
the they've got all the intermissions and everything in that. Of course, it's in
that's
machine
cool.
language, but
You're talking about Glen Hewlett's transcode or Nick's?
the one on the MC10.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it'd be,
Yeah, I think.
Nathan's,
Sorry. Yeah.
Would it be?
I was going to say the intermissions for me. If I couldn't get the music to play at the same time as the animation, I was like, it'd be kind of underwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your intermission could be a Nathan's GoFundMe or something.
There you go. Buy me coffee.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely looking forward to see what else you come up with. I think and also like just seeing people actually doing this kind of stuff with BASIC is great to see. Like, I mean, I know that we've had years and years and years to optimize machine language and do all that stuff and get things working better in that aspect, but not near enough time, I think, was ever spent on getting BASIC to run as good as it possibly could.
Yeah, that's where Alan's posts have really helped with that.
Yeah.
And I like the low bar, right? So I can write a kind of mediocre game, but it can be impressive because it actually runs at a decent
Hey, that's what
Hey, it's mediocre.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing right now. I'm writing a very mediocre adventure game in BASIC.
With your electronic book yet?
With the electronic book, yeah.
Yeah, I like to encourage basic programs because I mean, even in Basic 9, there's only a few of us that have attempted games. I haven't really completed any myself, so I can't count myself. But,
Right.
Wayne Campbell did that Sokoban port, and Floyd Ressler's doing Gem Quest 2 right now. So there's some other ones there too that are looking pretty good.
But Basic 09 is really hard because you can't use the screen for your data. The screen is just what you output to, and you have to maintain your own arrays and stuff behind the scenes, and it's just hard.
Yeah, or you can initialize the RAM drive, throw it on there, and just read it off as you need it.
But I'm going to peek the screen to see if I've hit something. No, you aren't.
That you have to go a roundabout way. I have to add support for that, actually, because that's a pretty glaring omission.
All right. Well, Nathan, also, I was just wondering, I've seen in the comments that you've been talking about doing a few tweaks to the Pac-Man game, having to do with moving the screen a bit and displaying fruit or something.
Oh, yeah, because I guess everyone's getting their screenshots, but you can't tell how many fruits they completed.
Yeah.
So I think the easiest thing for me to do is move the maze up one notch, on the text grid. I was going to do it, but I was traveling, and I've got to find, 3,000 variable values somewhere and, subtract one from all of them. Again, because of the optimization, it's peppered in there. So.
Oh, there you go. It's like 10 minutes of work.
I got something to do this weekend,
Oh, well, we've got an extra week of the games. So.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So I'll get right on that.
No pressure. No pressure.
Hey, no problem.
All right. Well,
okay.
I think that's
Yeah,
it.
covers
Unless
it. So
anybody else has anything they want to talk about or ask about, or has anything come up in the? I haven't been watching the comments, but
Mark has posted a link to get the basic Pac-Man as well as Space Bandits, so you can grab the two games that are on for the next couple weeks.
I posted the Git repos. You can find both of those on the Color Computer Archive as well.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and
thanks for
making
inviting
this
me.
game. And
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hop in again in 2 weeks to see how everybody did in the game, and And don't forget to post your score, because we got to try and beat the
All right.
author. That's always the thing. Is you
I
gotta
don't
beat the
count,
author.
right?
I think you should do it just to show how far you can get, just so you'll encourage the rest of us.
Or you could be
Right.
like Nick Marentes and be just awful at playing the games you write. We don't know.
Screen capture and edit.
Actually, yeah, demoing the editor on the official show would be kind of cool too, because
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't play.
Yeah, I could do that. I could demo the editor and explain how it works.
yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
that'd be great.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
It's time for CoCo Tornado Watch.
Woo. No, it's still sunny. Couple more hours.
Yeah, but Grant's here, so there's gonna be a tornado in one of our places.
That's a nice graphic he has for his face. You know, for the CoCo. I guess it's a CoCo, isn't it?
Talking
Yeah,
about
that's
Grant,
what.
or-
Yeah.
Coco
oh,
synthesis.
Yeah.
Yeah. AI. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah?
asked it to do an icon. Yeah.
Yeah, it came out nice. That would be the white case, right?
Right.
So, Grant, what's the update from you?
All right. Well, we are down to 5 days, 17 hours, 52 minutes, and 15 seconds to CoCo Fest for officially starting. So we're down to the nitty gritty now. So just to let everybody know,
Better head to the airports.
Yep, you guys better be ready to go, because we are down to the last few hours before we kick off the 34th annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest. So just like last year, we will have the room available on Thursday for everybody to start setting up their vendor tables and everything. Thanks to John Lowry, who will be making a extra 3-hour drive to Indianapolis to pick up the power strips. He will be at the hotel on around 2 o'clock on Thursday to drop those off, because VCF Midwest is giving their power strips to the Classic Gaming Convention, I believe is what it is. That's going on that same weekend.
Oh, we can't steal their stuff this year?
Yeah. Unfortunately, they promised their stuff to 2 shows at the same time. So we are going to be using the Indies. I think it's the Indie Fest is the name of their show. So they're going to be lending their power strips to us. So therefore, VCF Midwest can still lend their strips up to the Classic Gaming show up there in, I think it's in Madison, Wisconsin. Is that where it's at, if I'm not mistaken? Can't remember for sure where it's at. So anyways, that's what's going on there. So anyways, power strips will be there around 2 o'clock on Thursday. So everybody should be able to set their tables and stuff up Thursday afternoon. We'll be ready to go. So
nice.
So we'll have 3 presentations. We'll have Henry Strickland will be giving a presentation, Jim Brain will be giving a presentation, and then your very own truly L. Curtis Boyle and Ken Waters will be giving their remote presentation as well. And then I will be unless you guys are backing out. Yeah, because I thought you guys were going to do a gaming presentation on Friday. Is that not true?
Ken, like his work schedule is kind of all over the place, and I've got all the wedding stuff I've been doing. So I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Okay.
I thought we said that last time. Actually, you asked, but
nope. Okay, so we'll scratch you off. So 2 presentations then. Just Henry.
You didn't listen to us.
No.
All right, no problem. So we'll just have Henry and Jim.
Sorry
Brain.
about that.
We will have a very short, just 2 presentations then, and that will be it. So, and then I'll also do ad hocs as well. So if anybody else wants to give last minute presentations. So but yeah, a lot of people unfortunately are not not showing up unfortunately due to the high gas prices and so forth. So I was talking to the hotel, and they have a big convention right before us, and their numbers were way down as well. So unfortunately, I think we're also going to be seeing the same thing on ours. Because we've had a few cancellation on our shows. I know that Stevie Stobridge from Florida is not going to be making it up as well. And we've also had a few other people at the last minute have canceled. So unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have that bug. But on the bright side, auction items seem to be up this year because I have a carload that have been collected. So because a lot of people have shipped stuff to me, and I think there's been some few things that have been shipped to Jim as well. So auction items are going to be up. So the people who do show up, they're going to be taking a lot of good items back home with them. So as well.
Do we need to hold some of it for next year?
Well, I think we will be because I know one thing.
Is that allowed? Because
we're not
next
going
year
to be
you
selling,
might need the money more. Yeah.
Well, we're not going to be selling all 11 CoCo 3s. I know that much. So
No, don't do that. Don't let everything go for $12 just
because otherwise Brian will just buy them all. So no,
yeah, exactly. So
well, he may donate them all back, but yeah.
He can't buy anything. He's going to be working the auction with me.
Oh, right.
Oh, he's working.
That was very sneaky, Mark. But smart. No, I'm just kidding.
So yeah, and then the other thing too, and I was kind of thinking about too, is that the month of April and May are getting very crunched. Because that's another thing too that I was talking to several people about. Is the reason that some people are not coming to the this year's CoCo Fest is because they're going to the other shows on, the mid VCF Northeast, is that the one that's going on today, or VCF East?
VCF East is today. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why some people are not coming. So this is something I've been kind of toiling with as well. Do we maybe need to start looking at maybe moving CoCo Fest to later in the year to like maybe June? So that's something that everybody needs to maybe think about because April and May is just getting very crowded with shows.
Right.
So,
we've always been fighting with like Mother's Day and everything else.
Yeah. So that's something
for
I
me,
was
a month later for me would put me out of the school semester. I'm actually taking time off during work.
Oh, there you go.
whereas
Yeah.
A month later, it's summer vacation. So
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've always heard about. If we move to June, then we're fighting people taking vacations for family. But
yeah,
I think we're fighting a lot more now than we are just vacations, for family vacations.
How about like high school graduation stuff? Is it that in June or?
That's usually in May. Usually
May.
May is
May,
yeah.
Ask AI for a date.
Yeah, so that's something I just like for everybody to kind of think about. If maybe we move it to June, if that would work better for everybody. I might be.
I know the
sitting
original
out-
Rainbow one shifted between April and May depending on the year, and I don't know what the criteria was for deciding that, but
Yeah, and I think that's probably why Glenn Side probably kept it the April and May, but
Because that was traditional. Yeah.
that was traditional. But now we're fighting a lot more shows and stuff like that. That might be something we might need to consider. Maybe moving to June.
Well, and the way the weather's going now, we are just barely out of winter.
Exactly.
I mean, like a couple of weeks out of winter, and I haven't had time to do anything around the house. And everything's fallen down, and now I've got to go to Chicago for a week.
Well, and don't forget too. 2 years ago, we had snow in Chicago.
Right.
At
It's
CoCo
just
Fest.
not reliable anymore at
Yeah.
that time of year.
And it's supposed to be kind of rainy next weekend.
Well, that's normal in April.
Yeah.
April rain brings May flowers or whatever they say. So I don't know.
Right,
Just think about that because I'll probably be bringing out a survey after this CoCo Fest, see if there's interest maybe in
When?
moving it to
Yeah.
June. So, and but anyways, other than that, any questions? Oh, one other thing too. If you have not booked your hotel room and you are going to come and you do need a room, reach out to me directly through email or Discord, or if you have my phone number, or email me, or anyway, get a hold of me, or reach out to me at the hotel. I'll be there on Wednesday, and I will make sure you get a discounted room. I'll get that taken care of for you. So, also, if you need a dinner, we also have extra dinners as well. So just reach out to me as well, and I'll make sure you get the extra dinner on Saturday. So, any other questions, concerns? Should be a great fest, especially since Curtis is not going to be there. So it's always a better fest with that.
not
in
even
there.
virtually now.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I was just
Best fest ever.
Yeah,
Probably won't have any music, huh?
probably not.
Paul, I
no.
think Paul
Steve's
wasn't
gone.
Paul.
Curtis is gone.
Well, Paul and Steve Strobridge were talking about
Well,
still
Steve's
possibly
not
doing
coming.
something.
Yeah, Stevie Strober is not coming now.
Oh, he's not coming now. Okay, I didn't
Yeah.
realize that changed.
Yeah, I just said that he's not coming from Florida. So pay attention, Curtis.
I'm
I
paying
can't even
attention
play
to
a
getting
G chord
married
anymore.
shortly,
So
Yeah,
so
you just
kind of busy.
yeah, you just got me in trouble for not paying attention to you now.
No, they'll have to put a Radio Shack color computer cassette player on the airwaves.
Oh, Orc 90 in the back room just playing.
Well, actually, the hotel might be happy about that. So, but no, I think actually this might be better. We're going back to our roots, so this will give everybody ample time just to play and tinker and stuff like that. And plus, also we will do ad hoc. So if somebody does have something they do want to present, we can definitely we got the equipment there to set it up. So.
Yeah, and having a year with less presentations, I think helps the vendors and stuff to actually get a chance to go visit each other's booths and stuff instead of having to run off and do a presentation.
Yeah, exactly. So and Jim Brain and Henry Strickland are two very good presenters as it is. So
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
get some info. Yeah.
And as you heard, even Boise's not going to make it because he's got a prior engagement as well. So again, that's what I'm kind of thinking that maybe this April, May, is not going to be
Just not a good time.
Yeah, it's just too many things going on. So even the guy who I can't think of his name now, it's on the tip of my tongue, who does the BGA.
Brendan Donning.
Yeah, he's not coming. And I can't tell you the last time that he's not going to make it. So because he's always there, always.
He's at every event.
Yeah, exactly. So, but all right. Any questions, concerns?
Is that guy from Forgotten Machines coming?
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah. He's there.
He's definitely going to be there.
AJ.
Yeah.
He's looking for looks like candy branded diskettes.
Yeah. So if you have any candy diskettes, get those to us. Get that to him. So I think it'll be fun. I think this will be back to the roots and everything like that. So
yeah, one thing I thought was really cool when I went to the show is to find out that Rick Hewlett's tall.
What? I look short?
So
yeah, I don't know. It was a surprise. You just.
What's this
Everybody
about?
shorter. Everybody
What's
looks
this
shorter
about
on.
the diskettes?
Oh, have you got like a case of candy
AJ
diskettes
is
coming
looking
out?
for
now?
candy branded diskettes, specifically the old style ones from like the late 70s with the square box on the label.
And I think Mark's luggage just got heavier.
Look at the Glen side channel on Discord. He's posted some pictures.
Oh, well, I got some of these. I got some of those.
Oh, the 3.5s.
yeah, 5 1/4. I don't know if he's wanting 3 1/2s or 5 1/4.
5 1/4.
All right,
He'll
I'll take a
probably
look
take-
and see what I got.
He'll probably take anything.
Bring your 8 inchers.
Now you're going old school.
I've only got like the commercial ones hanging around here. I might have a few generic Tandy
Oh,
ones. but-
right. The generic Tandy formatable
Those are
discs
still
that you
newer,
could
aren't
buy.
they?
So Curtis, are you coming to CoCo Fest next year?
Maybe.
Hopefully, we'll see what happens with the whole situation. I think
Yeah.
that's a little bit of a discouragement to most of the.
You
world.
better bring your wife next year.
I've discussed it a little bit with her, so we'll try to maybe make a broader holiday and have CoCo Fest as part of it. But yeah, we'll have to see.
There you go. That would be a
Just give her your credit card and she can go shop on the municipal aisle and then
right.
And then I'll have to stay there because I can't afford to get back. No, I'm just kidding.
Does she know does she know that you have a music ability? Or is that how you know?
Yeah. Well, if you want to call it an ability, sure. Yes, I've played guitar.
I'm trying to be careful.
Might be a disability.
Yeah, in my case, probably true.
Can she sing?
Better than she thinks she does.
Oh,
I don't think she'd
okay.
sing in public though.
No confidence.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't either. I suck at singing.
Well, I mean, people who think they sing well suck at it. So she might have promise if she doesn't think she sings well. She
Well,
might.
the CoCo community is not exactly public.
Right.
We're all family.
Yeah, but we do stream on YouTube, so somebody could randomly come across it. So
Well, they could find us
What comes
by
around goes around.
And since Grant just did an announcement, I'm going to do a little teaser announcement here, and I'm sworn not to give too many details. But Mark Overhoser, it was recently that we were discussing a game written by a fellow from the UK that was shown off at VCF. Which one is it? The California one?
2019. VCF West 2019.
And we were kind of wondering like what was happening with it because it kind of fell to the wayside and stuff. Steve Banford, the author of said game, has gotten back into working on it recently, and there's nothing specific to announce yet. But he might be coming on as a guest star sometime in the not too distant future here to give people an update on it.
Oh, cool.
It's called Xerxes Island, and it has a very much looks like a Mario type look to it.
Yeah,
it was very.
It's
very
actually got its
popular.
own channel in the CoCo Discord too. So if you want to see where it was at the time, but yeah, there's some thoughts and stuff going on right now with him and I will just say another anonymous person at this point about some possible updates. And that's about all I'm going to say. Be vague as possible. Also, don't ask him any questions about it because he's not going to tell you because they're still kind of like figuring things out. So, but we'll get him on. I'm also trying to get on. There's a couple other people there that have agreed to come on that kind of got busy the last little while, so they haven't been able to contact me too much. But we're looking at Britt Monk, who did a few different CoCo programs and games, including 3D Breakaway, Gauntlet, Eliminator from Adventure International, etc., and a few others. And who's the other one? Oh, Logan Ward, who ran one of the BBSs for the CoCo back in the day and was very active in one of the clubs. We covered one of his videos on YouTube not too long ago, so they both agreed to come on. But just you see how schedules work out. Probably, as you guys are saying, there's so much stuff happening in April and May that people just don't have time to do it. Okay, well, thank you for the update, Grant.
Yeah, no problem. We'll probably give a after show too after the fest here in a couple weeks. So,
yeah, I'm hoping somebody can set up even if it's just a camera hanging out in the room, so we can just kind of for us that can't make it down, just give us a way to kind of view the show floor or something. You guys have usually in the past streamed any presentations, but since there's only two, obviously that won't be too much streaming if that's still happening.
Randy will be very happy. So
you actually get to see the show instead of just living in the presentation room.
Yep. So that'll be a Mark Overhoser job there about the streaming of the ballroom.
What?
So I'm going to bring
Mark B. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the equipment to attempt to broadcast from our table. We'll see how it works out. See how much of it I can fit on an airplane.
Well, you get free check bags.
Yeah. But the laptop I have to, so far it looks like I'm up to 4 laptops. I have to carry on.
What's a fifth one? I mean,
And carry bag's gonna have to look like something like this.
Why so many laptops?
This little monster. Well, got one for work, one for the broadcast, one for not broadcast stuff, and then one personal one for home stuff.
You're on vacation, so leave the work one at home.
Yeah, but the work one is set up, we can actually do a show.
Oh, okay.
So, do we have any news today?
Yes.
They didn't get those.
I already posted it up to the Discord channel too.
Okay. I'll tell you what, why don't I start the intro then, huh?
Yeah, I'll start with the game on news.
Worthwhile.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes. for where news breaks from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so starting with the Game On news. We covered last week that Chronological Gaming had done a kind of a review of the top rated games on all systems that were rated 5 stars for 1982. And he's still cleaning up some 1982 stuff. So there's stuff that, don't have a specific release date in December. And then after there's a few that are in 1982 sometime, but it doesn't even know what month it is. So the last episode that he just streamed this past week here, he actually covered a couple of CoCo games. And these are rare ones that I don't think a lot of people have seen. The first one was called Inspector Clouseau, and it was by Pitre. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it right. Freelance Associates, and they were more known for doing not quite utility software, but like home software, not gaming software. But they did have some there. So I'm going to see if I can find it here. There we are.
The
sound coming through okay?
Everything we see on home computers, we've seen so much already that I feel like I shouldn't be surprised by any other games.
So thumbs up from Rick.
Maybe we will have the Pink Panther theme. It wasn't it the Pink Panther? Where'd it go?
Yeah, just the first few notes. Have any of you played this before, either in the channel or the
4 notes of the Pink Panther?
on the live stream or on the chat?
Yes. It's too funny. Okay, let's hit enter to continue. It's going to load us up. Weapon or room, very nice. So I guess, sorry to disappoint you, there is no Peter Sellers here or in that Inspector Clouseau. All right, so we can ask about the suspect. So everyone else, I guess, tells the truth. Let's ask him about Dr. Donovan. I'm not able to prove that Dr. Donovan was not involved. Okay. And then we can see Mr. Simpson's here. We can also look for a secret passage. Let's try that. Push number 2. It goes to what? Oh, it looks like we moved to another spot. Mr. Simpson's still with us. Wonder why it's not going to the name.
So there's like the secret passage actually has a little bit of an animation too, which was kind of cool. I forgot
version
about.
Of Clue ever. So we can ask him about the weapon, and we can select. Is it involving the knife?
But basically, it's based on the board game Clue.
Okay, so I kind of see how
now
the
something
game's
that he
going.
found out while going through the review of the game here is that this is the very first adaptation of Clue to a home computer. So the CoCo had the first Clue game out of all the 8-bit machines, which is kind of a cool statistic. There's been some other ones since. I know there was, I can't remember who wrote it. There was a freeware one released, I think, in the 90s, and there was both a CoCo 1 and 2 version and a CoCo 3 version, which had more colors for, drawing the rooms and stuff type thing. But the fact that the very first microcomputer, 8-bit microcomputer version of the Clue board game was on the CoCo is kind of cool. And then the other one he covered, oh, there's the secret passage. I'll just show that. So it's just kind of an interesting way to do a secret passage.
This is what it's like when you try for the secret passage. I guess it's only in certain rooms that you can do it. We got a little intro. Kind of reminds me of when we played Poltergeist on the TRS-80 color computer. Yeah, you can tell this is not a cartridge game for the CoCo. All right, hit enter to go in. You've entered the secret chamber. The secret chamber looks like the usual green on the CoCo. Solve a secret code and you'll receive a clue. Hit enter to continue.
And then it basically plays Mastermind. So this is like right after Nick's Heart, because he always throws a version of Mastermind of all his games too, like Gatecrasher, etc. So anyway, the second game he covered, another rare one, though I think I have this one on my website, is Laser Tank Duel from Renaissance Game Designs. And that was written by Larry Bank, who also did Snack Pack for Timex and some other games. He actually became involved in some of the commercial educational titles for the CoCo. I can't remember which company it was. It wasn't Disney. It was one of the other ones. But he also did like a Pac Man clone and stuff too. But this is one of his earliest games, and it's 2-player only. And you're basically just having a couple of tanks running around a maze and shooting each other, which is just up ahead.
It's not in basic. Let's load
Yeah,
it up.
Inspector Clouseau's in basic, I should mention.
Tank Duel. This is the first game that Renaissance Games Designs ever did, and the only game that Renaissance Games
I think they
Designs
ended up
ever
doing
did.
like
I don't think
horse
they did anything
race
else after this.
handicappers and stuff like that.
All right,
later
so
on.
here we go. I'm ready to play. Renaissance Game Designs. Press any key to begin. Yes, let's go.
So we had a
I'm
bit
already
of issue with the
confused.
controls at the
Both
very
joysticks
beginning,
are
and they
plugged
started
in.
working in the emulator.
Both joysticks.
But basically, move the tanks around, trying to shoot each
I'm
other.
sure there is the controls to move the tanks more than just this direction, but it's just very bizarre. So what?
Oops.
1.5-star ratings live, and need a friend, and yet you have to have.
But 2-player only, so that was a bit of a limiting factor on
the
it. You
game,
can't
and
play
this is
against
it. This is the
computer
whole
type
thing.
thing.
Some other examples of arcade maze shooters we've seen have been like Crossfire that Sierra.
Well, one thing I want to point out, these little balls or whatever you want to call them that are floating around the maze, it kind of looks like target, like maybe you're supposed to shoot these targets, but that's not the case. These targets move around, and you can drive right through them, but your shots can't. So they can effectively block shots between the 2 players, or they can use them as a shield by, running behind one and then, trying to sneak up on the other player. So, interesting game. I don't know if it'd make a good game on challenge unless you're doing it live at the show or something like that, because it requires 2 human players to do. But an early one by Larry Bank. So he did a few other ones later on, like I mentioned, Snackback for Timex, etc. Where obviously he got a little bit better at things here, but pretty good first effort for first machine language game for him, I think. And like I said, he did a lot of educational stuff a little bit later. Next up, and this is where the YouTube algorithm of telling you what subscriber videos you've gotten released is starting to really tick me off. Is I got one for my Drunk Sibling channel, which is, of course, Tim and AJ. And I haven't heard anything from them in a while, so I actually went and clicked on the videos tab just to see what videos have been released. And there's been 3 CoCo videos they've released in the last month, and YouTube did not notify me of 2 of them. And I'm subscribed to their channel, so I don't understand why that is going on. But
welcome to YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's getting worse, just like Google's getting worse. Just
Yeah,
like,
the whole AI
Facebook's
thing
getting
is
worse.
just-
And
everything is AI now. Even the stuff that isn't supposed to be AI is AI now. Simple searches don't work anymore.
yeah, it's bringing up like ads most of the time now for me. It's just getting terrible, unfortunately. All right, yeah, they covered 3 CoCo games last month that I missed, so I'm going to do catch up now. So the first one is, as you can tell by the picture here, is Yahtzee. That is not the original cover for the game. That's the cover for the board game, of course. The version that they're playing here is written in BASIC for the CoCo 3, and this was a freeware. You could download this on CompuServe. In fact, that's what I did back in the day, probably 87 or 88. I can't remember the year that it came out, but this was a freeware BASIC 640 by 192 4-color res mode, which is a fairly rare thing in itself. Most people did 320 by 192 by 16 color, especially in basic games for the CoCo 3. But they did the higher one so they could fit up to 6 players. You can have a mixture of human and real people. They decided to play just 2 humans. But you can record up to 6 sets of scores going simultaneously and compete with each other, which actually, if you're having a little family fun night gathered around, say, a big honking HDMI TV with Bob Emery's little adapter things there, then you could play this quite well. So I will fast forward a little bit here just to show you what it looks like.
4.
Nice.
Good job.
So basically, you got your dice here. You get your 3 sets of rolls if you need them. How many dice you want to roll again, and then which ones.
How many dice to roll?
And then you try to get, you pick with these numbers and letters here as to what column you're going to assign them to. Because there's sometimes you can do a 3 of a kind, or put it to one of the ones, whatever the number is that you have a 3 of a kind of.
You got three
Or you may like void out your Yahtzee because you don't think you're going to get one anyway.
Another full house. Nope, you don't need that.
Nope, but I'm going to play my 5s. I like them.
I was wondering, did any of you play this one back in the day, since it was a freebie? It was one of the early releases for the CoCo 3 too. So I remember I pulled this one off CompuServe not too long after the CoCo 3 was released, within a year or 2. I did play it a fair bit actually at home with my brother and some other people. It's well presented. I quite liked it. There's also a lower res text-based one in 40 columns for the CoCo 3 as well. And there's a variety, like Spectral Associates did Yacht CC and some other ones. You have more commercial products back in the early 80s. Anyway, go check it out. I do want to mention one thing. I was hoping actually Nick would have been here, because they actually call Nick out for not responding and stuff when they talk about him. So I'm calling him out here to listen to this episode, and you'll have to answer their query. That's all I'm going to say. The second one that I got missed is Tetra. This is, of course, a Tetris clone. It's a CoCo 3 semi-language game as well. It's written by Brian O'Neill, who did a few freeware ones like Pac Dude. Tetra was another one. And then he did a commercial one called Pac Dude 3D Monster Maze, which is quite an impressive one. It's a 512K, 4-way scrolling, background multi-voice music clone of, which Pac Man is that now called? Pac Dude 3D, is that what the arcade one was? Where you have the Zaxxonish-like steering mechanism. And you jump over ghosts too, as well as you can get power pellets. So if you don't have a power pellet, if you time your jump right with the button, you can leap over the ghosts. It's got multiple mazes. The mazes are like 5 screens wide, but 3 screens high or something. It's huge and really, really well done. So he definitely progressed quite a bit after this one. I think he did Pac Dude Monster Maze a couple years after this. But this one's actually pretty good. There's no sound to it, but it looks nice. Plays well.
Yeah, we did sort of a random.
So here we are.
Which is kind of what's happening. Like they can telepathically understand here.
One nice thing about this version, I mean, it has the standard stuff like what's your next shape and stuff, but it actually has all the instructions for the keyboard controls right on the screen at all times. So no excuses of not being able to figure this one out. But basically Tetris, as you go into higher levels, the squares change their appearance a little bit. So we can find one here. So you can see here they're at level 2, and all of a sudden it gets these little diagonal things. You get a visual appearance of when you change levels, as well as just the level number itself changing. And I don't believe we have played this one in the Game On Challenge. I don't know if Ken's still around to verify that or not, but I don't think we played this particular Tetris clone. And last but not least, how to recover after bonking your head from your sibling, or how to play CoCo video games while drunk. So they generally record these on a Saturday about once a month, and they're drinking as they're recording them all. So they pre-record, multiple games. And the game they picked here is another Brickout style game. That's visually, it looks like Arkanoid, and kind of the background story that is shown on the screen is kind of Arkanoidish, but it's very basic Breakout. It doesn't have like power up things and stuff that you can do. It's an extremely hard game. It's written in Basic 9. It runs on OS 9. It's included with just 9 EOU if you guys want to try it. Visually, it looks nice, except it's very tile based. But so was Basic Pac Man. That was fun. This one is not quite as fun, especially with EOU, because we've sped up the operating system. It runs a bit fast. So I mean, I could probably patch it later on to add a sleep command or something to slow it down a bit. But I think the biggest error of the programming of this, not error, but that could have been improved, is that the player's position on the screen is actually quite a bit off the bottom. So you have less time to react. And there's no reason for it. There's no gameplay reason why you're starting way up on the screen like that. I don't know why the author did that, Joseph Cheek. But visually, he's put in backgrounds that actually the tiles and stuff lay over top, so you get to play over, and you get to switch between different scenes as you're going through. So it's not just boring, black background. Here we go again, or just patterns. It actually has like pictures of galaxies and planets and stuff like that. So I thought Ron might want to try it, though he'd probably get pretty frustrated pretty quick because the game's damn hard. If I ever get to the point of decompiling this one, and Wayne Campbell, if you're still in the chat, if you feel like decompiling this one, we should go in and fix this. I would like to move the player to the bottom of the screen to give the player more time to react. But I'll show you what it looks like. So here's a picture of the intro screen.
Was that the Black Beauty?
This is the Black Beauty.
And it does require an analog stick for those of you who want to try it at home.
I love it.
Now, why?
One nice thing, it does have a top 10 high score table with full-length names.
One button.
The game will start.
Wait.
So this is the first level. I don't remember correctly, they never made it to the second level. But it draws these little space-themed pictures in the background.
Awesome.
So that's something I thought Ron would like, because I think there's 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
And you get a nice supply of balls here to start with. Like, it's pretty generous, you would think. And you're figuring like the scores on the bottom, the free balls are on the bottom. So it probably, the player should be over here somewhere so you have some time to react and move across. No.
What's
You're way up here
I
for
will
some
say
stupid
no.
reason. So you have less time to react.
Oh.
That right there discounts it as being a good version of Breakout.
Did it do that to you too?
Yeah.
Wow.
You have 6 balls left. Ball.
Oh.
Oh wow. This joystick controller is very.
Yeah, it's a little bit touchy. I found that too. I mean, visually, if you see a straight screenshot like this when it's not moving, it looks pretty good for a Breakout game. Playing it, not quite as much.
When
It isn't
moved, yeah,
basic, but
that hitbox thing looked really wrong. Like the
Yep.
ball kind of went past.
Yeah,
it,
that was my next
and-
comment.
And then it got caught, and then it went back up. Holy
Yeah.
smokes!
But to me, the biggest flaw is why do you have the paddle a third or quarter of the way up the screen?
Right.
Like, there's no reason for that at all. But anyway, I don't know if you guys have anybody here who's played it on EOU. I think I might have 1 or 2 scores I put in on the as a just to set up the score table basically. But it's got multiple screens to go through with different backgrounds. So if you want to see if you can go well, if you want to cheat a little bit, I can mention just go to another window, fire Basic 9 and have it do a whole bunch of real math in the middle of a loop, and then go back to this game. And it'll slow it down enough that you might be able to play better. Because the speed ups we've done to get puts and stuff in Basic 9 and Nitrous 9 itself have sped this game up quite a bit from when it was originally released, which is one of the reasons I think they found it hard to play. Because it was quite a bit slower back then. But yeah, I think Wayne, if you're bored and you want to try decompiling it with your decompiler you're working on, maybe we can fix a few of the flaws in this game. The biggest one being where the paddle is, and maybe the joystick controls as well.
Well, right. If it's sped up, you could put the paddle back down where it should be, and the game would still be interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
where-
the reaction time to try to get something when it hits here, when it's tile based, so it's moving like a whole rectangle at a time.
Right.
Doesn't give you a lot of time to react.
But if the game was too slow, you might move the player up to make it enjoyable. But now you've got the speed; you could put it where it belongs and
Yeah.
get a little more play value out of it.
I mean, they draw this like basically they use the view command to load in whatever graphic image you want. They have a bunch they pre-made for it, and then it just gets all the places you're going to be putting stuff. So they have their own get put buffer. So soon you're not going to break it, just puts the original tile back. And when you're moving your player around, same thing. It gets the part underneath and then puts it on. Same with the ball. So you actually have backgrounds. I mean, you can tell once they're tile based because you'll see a big black box around the ball,
Nice
for example.
cheat. So their background editor is you draw a picture and show it in view.
Kind of.
And then put the game on top of it. I like it.
I like Wayne's Campbell's comment. He says, I'm always interested in decompiling Basic 9 modules.
Ooh.
Actually, Wayne, check. I'm trying to think now. There's a few of these Basic 9 games that did come with the source from the original author. I don't think this is one of them, but if I'm wrong, check the source code Basic 9 directory on EOU. And if there's a bonk in there, maybe we already have it. We just need to fix it or improve on the game type thing. But if it's not, then yeah, definitely need to decompile. So this game has potential. It does need some fixing. And YouTube needs to fix their darn algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
Next up, we have Paul Cunningham, who's released an AI version of Pong he wrote that plays itself. He's got a screenshot of it here. He's also got a link, I think, at the top where you can actually take a look at the not that one. Look at his website. But basically, it's kind of like if you guys remember, I think it was Nick Morentis made a 4K RAM Pong game in Basic. Except I think he was 2 players. Sorry, was it?
That was crap, wasn't it?
That was a boy.
Hey, somebody
man.
woke up.
Welcome.
Hey,
So it's a little demo he's been working on. It's like, standard basic stuff here. I tried playing this before because this is online extra, and for some reason I couldn't actually get it to work. Let's see if I get lucky today. Oh, maybe it is. Work now. But he's using the full-size blocks just because it's easiest to program, and you don't get any color bleed. I'm trying to remember, Nick, yours was pure black and white, so you could actually make it a bit more fine-tuned looking, right?
I thought I did do it black and white, so I had to make it look like an original, but I thought there was a version with color I did later. I can't remember now.
Okay. Anyway, that's one nice little game demo he did here. And you can go get it from his, or you can play it online, actually, in an online extra if you want to. And he's got a link, I think, in one of his comments there of where to go get the actual image. The other one he did is he's released version 1 of Space Warp. Now, this is actually based on an old TRS-80 game from 78 or 79 for the Model 1. And this is one we've covered the last few weeks here because he's been doing a lot of updates to it and getting it up to a full release. And it's much improved from the original one. He's got some pretty good animations of blowing up stuff and real-time movement of your ships. And it's kind of a Star Trek, the basic Star Trek mainframe style thing. So he's got it on his itch.io. You can go download it there. Version 1 was released on April 15th. And you can download the game directly from the Space Warp page, where he's got some of the screenshots you can see here, including some big explosions now when you die. And then he also did a live stream of playing the game for almost 40 minutes. And it doesn't really have sound in here. I don't know if the game itself just doesn't have sound or that's something he's planning on adding, or if you wanted to concentrate more on the graphics, which I'm fine with. He has some generic music playing in the background, so I'm going to shut that off because it's boring. But here you can see like some of the different ship designs and the mapping and the real-time movement. You actually get to move around, as the other aliens also can move around depending on how advanced they are. Status screens, long-range scans, like everything from the standard Star Trek mainframe style games are here. Star bases if you need to recharge. Diagonal shots, you can see the actual shots happening. That other alien there is attacking the starbase, so you're going to attack him to prevent them from blowing it up. Nice little animated explosion. So it's quite one of the better versions I've seen of this type of game on the CoCo, to be honest, especially on the CoCo 1 and 2.
I like it.
You got a little galaxy spiral up in the corner there. That's just for Ron, I'm guessing.
Right.
Or it might be a black hole. I can't remember.
No, that's a spiral galaxy, except someone shot it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it blew up. He ran into the starbase and killed himself. So yeah, he did a 40-minute live stream demo, which unfortunately I didn't see at the time live. I had to catch it afterwards, but yeah, it looks pretty good. And I don't know if he's planning on doing even more stuff to it at this point, but he's done a pretty good job of everything right now. Like I said, the animations are some of the best I've seen for a CoCo 1 and 2 game of this style. And uniquely drawn ships and animated explosions and all kinds of stuff. Real-time element to it as well. I'll make it a pretty good game. So if you're into that kind of a mainframe Star Trek game, or the type of Star Trek games you'd see in those David All 101 basic game programs or basic program books that were published in the late 70s, early 80s, and this is a pretty good improvement on those.
I think Tandy sold the original Model
Space
1
Warp,
version.
yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah.
Oh, Wayne just got back to me. He said, we do not have the source code to bonk. So he's going to put the game in the games directory. We'll see if we can do about getting the source code back. That'd be cool because we can patch that sucker up. Next up, Retro Nostalgic Gamer on YouTube, which is not a channel I'm familiar with. At least I don't think we've covered him too often. I think we have a few times. I decided to play the Tandy CoCo Classic 64K game. In fact, the first commercial 64K game, Sailor Man. For those of you who live under a rock and have never heard of it, this is the clone of Popeye that is one of the better ones. It's really well done. It's by the same author as Donkey King. He actually did some extra effort in this one because he had learned a few techniques. Like Donkey King has some flickering and stuff when you're running around. That's all eliminated here because he learned how to do double buffering. It has a whole page of customizations you can do when you play the game. So if you want a customizable arcade game, it has like Inviso screens. You can start in different levels, different number of men, etc. It's a pretty darn good game, honestly.
It was,
and
yeah.
one of the classics by Chris Latham. And he plays it for all the different screens. So those of you who are not good enough to actually get to the other screens, I think there's 3 total. If I remember, there's the boat here is like the third one. It's like here's some of the customizations. Oh yeah, multi-voice music, the whole bit. But basically you can set, difficulty level for each player, the number of men each player gets, which screen number you start on for each player. The invisible screen, which means you're running around blind. You can see all of the opponents, but you can't see any of the ladders or the platforms you're standing on. So you have to have it pretty well memorized to play it in that mode. There's a part from the first screen. And there's a second screen here. Now, this game was actually rather infamous because when it was advertised as the first 64K game, Timex took a full page, full color ads in rainbow on the inside front cover to advertise this game. But because of the copyrights on Popeye, both from the game perspective from the arcade, but also from the, I think it's King Feature Syndicate owned Popeye rights at the time. All the characters and stuff you couldn't use unless you paid, licensing fees. So they got around that by calling him Sailor Man, and Wimpy was called Fat Guy Eating Hamburger, and just these silly, stupid names. It's kind of amusing.
Oh yeah, that totally transforms the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's a whole different game because of that. And then the third one, where you have the sea hags throwing bottles at you and stuff. You have your spinach and power punch and all that stuff, and you have to build up the ladder to get to olive oil. Who they called? I can't remember what they nicknamed her, but yep, he's good enough. He gets through the stages a few times, so it's a pretty decent high score too. Next about that, we have Jim Gary ported, I have no idea how to pronounce this, I'm going to guess, Yurisen, which is a text adventure by Y. Kuhn in 1982, published in Japan. So Jim has translated it from Japanese to English, and I haven't had a chance to play it. Now, one thing he mentions here, he calls it a groundbreaking Japanese text adventure game. He said it hopes this provides English speakers with access to a fascinating early Japanese computer game. So I'm not sure what is so unique about this game versus other text adventures that he's giving this much high praise. Originally for the PC 8001, and one of those PC series actually had VDG chips and stuff, so it was actually running CoCo graphics. The later ones had much improved ones, but yeah, you're basic text adventure game, but apparently with some special. Now, he does have a link to a blog about this game, so I'm just going to hit that real quick and see if there's any mention. Some background history. Some of the ads back in the day. This should look familiar to people. It's kind of like a Tandy Model 100, 200. And the maps that Ring and Blue always does when he's doing text adventure games. So, like I said, I'm not sure exactly what is unique about it that is warranted of the praise that it's been given. I haven't had a chance to play it, obviously. So if anybody does, let me know. And Jim, if you're listening to this now or later on, let me know what the specialness of this game is, just so I can give it its proper due. That's what I have for Game On News. Did you want one last break before I hit the news? Because I got like 15 or 17 stories in it.
Well, I'm fine.
Okay. Just want to check, make sure. Okay, we'll start with Dragon. Everybody can see that? Julian Brown post?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I don't know if Julian's in the chat. He quite often is, but I haven't seen him there today for my quick glances over. So basically, he posted an update, to his Rev 3 design, which will incorporate a SAMx8 that Kieran designed for doing SAM doubling on a CoCo 1 or 2 if you have static RAM. Up to 2 meg of RAM. He's even adding extra tasks in there too. So there's 4 different tasks that can access that the CoCo 3 generally only has 2. So he gives a bunch of, in his post on the Dragon Facebook group, he gives a bunch of the detailed stuff he's doing. He's got a little picture of the board mock-up. When he gets this subboard here fully working, he's planning on possibly going back to some of his full board designs, which has everything not separated into cards, but everything on one board, and actually incorporating some of the stuff in here. But it's going to be able to support separate boards for basically for handling PAL and NTSC, memory up to 2 meg of RAM, 4 independent tasks. 8K pages to make it somewhat compatible with CoCo 3, which the Moo used to his advantage to make level 2 Nitrous 9 available for it. Said it also overlaps into news on the Rev 4 design of the board. I planned and still plan for this to be based around FPGA cord, but the differences between the Rev 3 and 4 are now so narrow that it looks like the difference will be a plug-in SAMx board. So we'll keep following this as he's been going through and do a whole bunch of these upgrades. He's done his modular dragging where you can add in different cards for different features, much more like, say, an Apple II or an IBM PC did. And then he's also planning on possibly doing the revisions to the main motherboards where he's duplicated a Dragon 64, but adding in the extra functionality of an MMU and etc. So we'll keep you posted. The other one has a post from Phil Harvey Smith. He says, well, they work first time too. And I had to go read comments to figure out what the heck is he talking about. So these are some of the replacement daughter boards that were made for the very rare Dragon Professional. So for those of you in the Dragon history, there was a couple of higher end machines, the Dragon Beta and the Dragon Professional, that were being worked on right when Dragon Data went under. One of them was basically just a consumer one with a bit of extra on it. But the other one, the Professional, was a high end, almost like gimmicks level thing. 512K RAM with an MMU, double clock speed, so it was running 1.78 megahertz the whole way through. And as you see here, there's some daughter cards and stuff that he's been designing. Let's zoom up a little bit here. You can see like one over here, for example. It's a bit, let's zoom that so you can read the silk screen. Yeah, so this is the Dragon, or sorry, Alpha, not Beta. Dragon Alpha IC32 replacement. And then this one.
You woke Julian up.
Oh, did I? Something component. I can't quite read that. But basically, the Dragon Alpha had a whole ton of extra hardware on it. It was a whole new machine. It was closer to a CoCo 3 than a Dragon. And this is a couple of years before the CoCo 3 came out. So they've got a couple of the prototypes. They've kind of figured out how the main board works, and they've been, fixing the boards existing and figuring out schematics so they can duplicate and make these again. But now he's been going through and trying to get all the daughter boards, because there's multiple daughter boards that we plugged into the machine as well, and getting those to work.
Well, it looks like he's breadboarding out some proprietary chips.
Right. The IC32 is this board now instead of just an IC, because we don't have the money to hire.
To fabricate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here you can see the size of the whole board. Like, that's quite a bit bigger. And this is the actual output for it here. It had the ROM actually had this graphical image, and it actually asked, did you want to just kick into BASIC or did you want to use disks? And that was how you boot OS 9. It would just boot it right up. And it's a pretty fascinating bit of history. We covered a couple years ago when they first got these out and got them up and running again from the few prototypes that were still around. It had some pretty advanced features. I really wish this had actually made it to market. That would have been something really, really cool.
Is that the screen?
Yeah, that screen behind was a boot screen. So you got
But
to
I
pick
mean-
whether you wanted to boot to BASIC or disk.
It looks like it's not the 640 by 480.
No, that was 256 by 192. It's standard VDG on that particular one. I can't remember if they actually had separate video cards. I know they had an 80 column card option on it, kind of like the CoCo did with the PBJ WordPak or the RS WordPak 2.
Okay.
Next up after that, Glen Hewlett posted a blog to compare speeds between CoCo 3 Basic and his compiler. And this is based on a video that Adrian's Digital Basement did, where they were doing a Mandelbrot fractal set using the 80 column hardware text mode to display it. So Adrian he's been resurrecting a CompuGraphic, which is actually basically a printer controller board with the 6 to 8020 in it. But redoing the ROMs and stuff so you can actually boot it up as a full-blown computer and play Doom on it rather slowly. But he was just doing some tests to make sure it worked. And then he's compiled a list of various machines, including the CoCo, on how fast it runs through the set. And it's a fairly small program. And he ran it on his stock CoCo 3 using both the basic that, the CoCo bit comes with from Microsoft. And then he ran through his, full-blown compiler that we've been talking about quite a bit. And you can see some of the differences here. So the CoCo 3 ended up in 52nd place on the ones that Adrian had, running at double speed. That's running at full 1.78. So it took 320 seconds. just ahead of the Atari 800 XL. Or sorry, 386 seconds. So he decided to run through his compiler. Now it runs in 42 seconds, which is 9 times faster than it did uncompiled. That's a pretty nice jump. And here's an actual screenshot of what it looks like. And that puts it, way up in the standings compared to where it was. Now it's in 11th place out of everything Adrian had. And its competition here is like a Z180 at 9 megahertz and a 68020 at 16 megahertz. So the fact that the compiled versions, hitting close to their basics is pretty good. I decided, of course, go try the Nitrous 9. And I think I left him a comment about it. And here's the entire basic listing if you want to type it in and try it out yourself. Let's see if I can find right through one in there. Yeah, so when I ran on 6809 EOU, I got it down to 77 seconds, which is not too much slower than his compiled one, which was 42. And the 6309 version was 62 seconds, so even closer yet. I did do a little bit of optimization. I did use integer variables for some of the loop counters. I did leave floating point for the main calculation. Now, he did point out as a comment that to make it fair to what his compiler is doing, because he did use floating point for all of it, he kept everything in floating point, so I'd have to change my 4next loops to use floating point. But on the other hand, he also used his special 3-byte reels under BASIC instead of the 5-byte standard ones, because usually for arcade games and stuff, that's probably accurate enough, and it does run a fair bit faster and takes less from memory. So I don't feel quite as bad about cheating on using integers because they're built in the BASIC 9 and it's a little bit faster yet, so what the heck. But yeah, no, the CoCo, when it's programmed properly, and I would not say that Microsoft BASIC and MicroAir BASIC, like the regular BASICs, are properly programmed for what the CoCos could do or what the 6809 could do. In the case of Microsoft, they have that generic BASIC that they basically just cross-compiled across a whole bunch of machines, and they're based on more primitive CPUs like a 6502. So they're basically trying to use common, so they're not using all the registers they could be using and all kinds of things. They're not using 16-bit math when they could be using it. And MicroAir BASIC, I'll give a little bit of extra credit to MicroAir because they had to patch it in to get around the copyright issues Microsoft was having because they refused to let anybody do any additions to it and change and modify their actual ROM code. And they also had to rush it out to get it in time for the CoCo 3 release. So they were kind of under the gun and kind of patched BASIC as quick as they could. So they did a pretty sloppy job in spots. So it definitely.
Well, yeah, but be glad we could have had Jack's Pokes.
Yeah.
To replace what we didn't get from Microsoft, but instead they at least gave it a good try.
Yeah, I know there's been discussions in the BASIC channel on Discord that somebody should go in and patch BASIC itself, especially on a CoCo 3 because it runs in RAM. You can patch it. I know whether they patch it for just a 6809 just to speed up the existing BASIC, or even go further and do 639 optimizations. Now, Sockmaster has done some patches, like he sped up the 80-column text scrolling by 2 times or something like that. There's some other ones too. I can't remember offhand. There's some optimizations have been done, but nobody's gone through and done a complete rewrite like we've done with Nitrous 9, for example. And there's definitely some opportunities there. Just changing the algorithms of some of the stuff, like how do you draw a filled-in box? Well, it's doing it pixel by pixel, which is dog slow. If you change it like we did with Nitrous 9 to byte by byte, or better yet, word by word, you can do them like 10 times faster than they're doing it right now. So there's definitely room for improvement. And then, if you did something like, say, optimize the hprint command in BASIC, then something like BASIC Pac Mans might triple in speed or something too. So there's definitely some opportunities. And I don't know BASIC well enough to really patch it. I'd probably bugger it up and screw things up if I tried. But if somebody has the know-how to do that, I would love to see what could be done to optimize BASIC. I know there's some replacement BASICs. William Astor was working on one. Tim Linder was working on one. I think Tiny BASIC, or Monchi BASIC. I can't remember what it was called, but some people have done some attempts at it, but it's usually been to free up RAM more so than speed it up. And I think there's definitely some speed ups that would be worthwhile for some people looking at, even just a few core routines that would make things, quite a bit of improvement. So I don't know if that'll inspire anybody to actually do it. I hope so. Next up, Coco Town returns with another video, and this time he's going for a little bit of a different topic, which he's not covered before, going through how Disk Basic and the Disk Controller works, and then hacking the Disk Basic ROMs to eliminate the need for HALT and NMI code. Now, this is something that always bugged us, especially under OS 9, because the NMI routine, when it does a halt, it halts the CPU dead. So if you happen to, let's say, tap a key, the PIA is not talking to the CPU because the CPU is not moving, and it never comes through. So you lose keystrokes, the timer goes off, and blah, blah, blah. And people have always speculated, especially at CoCo 3 running at double speed all the time, why couldn't it be running and checking the DRQ signal, because you can read that, to see if the data byte is ready for you to pull off and eliminate the halting entirely. Now, you would still want to shut interrupts off because you have a very finite amount of time to read that byte before it disappears into the ether. So he does that. And it works. But there's a catch. And I'm not going to tell you what that is because you'll have to watch the video. But I will play the beginning because, of course, he's always amusing when he does his intros here. But there's a reason that we didn't implement it in Nitrous 9. And that's also the reason that a lot of the people like Disto, Sardis, and others made buffered no halting disk controllers, because basically the controller will handle a whole sector by itself. And the CoCo just reads from the RAM copy it made, rather than trying to read it or write it directly to the disk controller chip one byte at a time.
Live in a fantasy land. Some onboard crystal feeds their clock input, and they dutifully process instructions according to that clock with incredible consistency. Solid-state helpers like RAM and graphics cards run at compatible speeds and know how to keep from stepping on the CPU's toes whenever they need to access the bus. And then there are the machines, with their motors and servos and solenoids, and their annoying deference to things like physics and the real world. They don't respect the CPU's fantasy. They are real buzzkills. Today we're going to explore what happens when these two worlds collide. How can the CPU and a floppy drive synchronize their work and have a nearly flawless interchange of data? And how did folks make this work back in the 80s, when not everything was digital yet, and things ran relatively slow compared to modern machines? Some of their choices were surprising. Then we'll hack the implementation to simplify things, to see whether the complexity was really necessary.
So anyway, there's your teaser. It's a good video. It's well worth looking at. It explains it far better than I ever could how and why the controller works like it does. And they've done no halt? Or not no halt, but yeah, no halt, I guess, but not being able to multitask. You couldn't allow interrupts to keep running roughshod, but not halting the CPU dead. Yes, you could have, but, and you'll have to, like I said, we'll watch the video to find out what the but is. And I can see why Tandy and Radio Shack chose the route they took, rather than implement it without the halt. Okay, speaking of Glen Hewlett, he also has released the version 5.27 of his basic to 6.9 compiler we've just been talking about a lot, with a few updates, bug fixes, which is mostly what his latest updates have been about lately. But he's actually got some additions this time, too. So he's fixed the addition of 8-bit values, now is result in 16-bit result to avoid overflows. Subtraction, same thing. Changed palette handling. Palette now updates the hardware's palette immediately as opposed to deferring it. He's added the palette W and palette V commands. This is to change palette mirror values and palette mirror value and copy all 16 palette values from the mirror to the hardware. So that's a way to help do syncing. You'll see you don't get the sparklies, etc. on the screen. And you can, of course, get the latest updates and the latest documentation of the updates and bug fixes that he's done on his GitHub. And as with all of our stories, if you go to the CoCo Discord, you can go into the news section and grab the show notes from there. They're already up for today's episode. And if you aren't on the Discord, you can always check out the CoCo listserv. And R. Alan Murphy usually releases those every Sunday, so the day after we record it, or the day after we have it on the show, all the show notes are there with all the links to every stories that we're talking about. Now, I wanted to cover a couple of things in the chat here quick. I just saw too. Somebody was asking, yeah, CoCo Fu, can we ask the original author to improve BASIC? That's a complicated question. The original version of Microsoft Basic for the CoCo 1 and 2 and the base of the CoCo 3 was written at Microsoft, and I don't even know if we're 100% sure who was involved with that. Rick or maybe you guys in the panel, do you know if we know the names of the original Microsoft authors? Because I don't off the top of my head. And the worst thing is with the CoCo 3, because of the whole patching thing, there's 3 people, I think, that are involved. T. Harris, T. Earls. The 3 amigos, when you do the control at reset, are the ones that redid the basic ROM. Well, not redid it. They had to patch it in place from the original unmodified basic ROM, because that's the only way they licensed with Microsoft we were at the time. And I think if I remember, 1 or 2 of those have passed away at this point. Oh, Mark Hawkins, that was the other one. I think Mark's still around, I hope. But I know some of them have passed away. So no, we can't even contact all the original authors. And in the case of Microsoft, I'm not even sure who it was. The Dragon source might have a list in there. Do you know, Mark? Oh, Mark.
I haven't looked in the Dragon source, but yeah, I think Bill Gates had some notoriety in that, as well as maybe Paul.
Well, he did a
Howard.
couple of the routines for sure.
Yeah, there was only like 15 or 20 people who worked at Microsoft at the time, if I recall right. So it's
Right. I mean, they sold the same basic that they sold to ALTAIR to everybody until the end of time. So you got to say Bill and Paul were the original authors of that, including Paul wrote the loader while he was flying out to show the basic code, and they didn't throw that away. They just kept selling it for everything in the world. And we got one of them.
Yeah.
The Dragon version of the basic, extended basic, is on, I believe, GitHub, and I believe Microsoft's.
Yeah, it's Microsoft's original source, not a decompile like the Spectral Associates ones.
And
so I didn't know if they
also
had
have
names in there.
Yeah, I haven't looked. They do have the 6502 version also.
Yeah, Microsoft themselves released that one recently, wasn't it?
They did. And we know it came from the same basic, pun not really intended, but the same core system. They basically would just use basic. They would use the same design, and then they would change the basically the code generator in the middle, so it emitted 6809 opcodes instead of 6502 opcodes.
Yeah, or Z80 or whatever.
Right. The problem being there was no optimization for each individual CPU.
Exactly.
It was just the same code.
General solution for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Much easier to maintain, much cheaper to maintain. So I understand why they did it.
Yeah, you fix one bug and you just recompile, assemble everything for everybody.
Because
and then you got like 20 machines covered. Yeah. Yeah, I totally understand why they did it, but I mean, now obviously they're not going to do anything with it. And in fact, I would love one author I'd like to find out is who did Deluxe Color Basic. We've got an alpha version of it that we managed to get up for our Kill Custom machine, but Mark Siegel has mentioned it was completed, but because the project was canceled and they never got paid for it, they refused to do the CoCo 3 basic upgrades. And is that code still around? Do they still have the final version buried on a hard drive backup somewhere? I would love to see it if it is. Because what they did in Deluxe Basic actually was quite good. There's some pretty impressive stuff there. The full screen editor, the built-in terminal program, the sound chip support stuff. Oop, I'm getting echo back from somebody. Nope, stop now.
It went away. Cool.
That wasn't just me, right? That wasn't me hallucinating.
No, it happened.
So if you want to try out Glen Hewlett's compiler, basic compiler here, which is the fastest basic compiler we have, and it's a cross compiler. You do your editing on a modern system, and then you run it through his compiler, and you'll generate the bin files, etc., that you can then run on the actual real CoCo. So it's meant for CoCos only. UJ Basic doesn't compile quite as as well as far as speed goes, but it's a cross compiler for multiple destination platforms, a whole bunch of 8-bit systems. So if you want to write a game or a program that's going to run on Ataris and CoCos and Tier 80 Model 1 and 3s and Commodore 64s, then UG Basic's the way you want to go. If you want to just do CoCo and you want to do it as fast as possible without having to learn machine language, I would definitely play with Glen's. Glen himself made a comment recently that he's actually using the compiler more to write stuff now than he is on fixing the compiler. Like it's stable enough. He's doing some pretty major projects with it, with some pretty noticeable speed ups, like the Mandelbrot set running 9 times faster, which is pretty decent. Yeah, James Jones is confirming it was Todd Earls that passed away, one of the original 3 authors of the MicroWare CoCo 3 basic extensions. Mark Hawkins, we saw at PenFest 2000. I haven't really seen him too much since. And T. Harris, I'm not sure if he's still around or not. James, you can let me know if he is. I'm still trying to work with Alan Huffman to get Ken Kaplan on the show as an interview. I would love that. He's, of course, the person that founded Microware, did some of the early programming. Apparently, he's in the midst of just getting retired. He's basically getting out of working and retiring. So hopefully we can get him on and get some free time, because I'd love to do a full-length interview with him sometime. So any of you guys out there, just in case we can get this to work, if you have questions, start thinking of them.
Think them up.
Hey, next after that, Keith Frechette released his first deployment milestone for Sal4W Tools utility in the Microsoft stores. You can actually get it in the Microsoft store. Now, this was a bunch of things that used William Astel's LW Tools for doing the programming and stuff here. I'll just read his little quote here. Although I've not yet configured the store listing to be discoverable because the proof of concept code isn't close enough to be feature complete, I was able to successfully maneuver the Microsoft Store submission process and confirm that my command line based app runs properly when installed via the Microsoft Store. My sole purpose for this early release was to confirm that I could distribute my app in executable form for Windows in such a way as to avoid the untrusted source warnings, which is also an issue on the Mac. I don't use Linux, so do you guys have that in Linux where apps have to be signed, or can you just willy-nilly run whatever, install whatever you want?
Run into those occasionally. Discord. About a year ago, Discord trying to install it on Ubuntu 22. It's like, or actually it's Ubuntu 20 at that time. It's like suddenly it's like, you don't know about this app. You can't install this. But it's easy enough. Just go to the command line and just do it command line wise, and installs fine.
Yeah, in Mac OS you can do the
same thing.
There's a certain click sequence you got to do. You'll let you override it. At least up to lately, I think they were actually trying to get even more strict on that. And I think Windows is getting pretty strict on either, just because it's a bad vector for inexperienced users to introduce viruses to their system.
Yep, and they don't want to get sued because people shoot themselves in their own foot.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, the second part of his post says, as I've mentioned previously, my current intent is to open source the code when I leave the proof of concept stage. Until then, I just want to be able to make the executable and documentation available for developers to experiment with and offer feedback on. For Windows, my approach was to use the Microsoft Store to avoid warnings when running apps from untrusted sources. When I'm ready to make a proof of concept release available for real, I'll also post the executable packages on GitHub along with packages for Linux and Mac OS. So this utility set, when he's done, is going to be on all three of the current major modern platforms, which is really, really cool. And he's got a little picture here of the actual store entry for it on the Microsoft Store.
Hey, Bill, I do that mostly too. Actually, this morning I've recompiled LW Tools and CMOC, and I've been recompiling MAME, last 10 versions of MAME.
Doesn't MAME usually eat your machine up for a couple hours or something, though?
Oh, yeah. I set it at -J5, which is 5 threads, and it takes about 4 hours to build everything in MAME.
Because if I remember correctly, there's been a few times you've been compiling MAME in the background and it sucks your bandwidth and you start roboting.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I usually kick it off and let it run like overnight or something, or before I go to work in the morning, come back and then copy it.
Right.
Yeah. Next out of that, we have David Collins, released a version of David Dunfield's 609 toolkit, compilable under Linux. This includes the C compiler, the assembler, macro processor, and the linker. Also, a whole series. And this, if I remember, Dave Dunfield's is one of the early 8-bit Cs. It's kind of a subset of the proper C. Is that right?
I think I've looked at his website a couple times. He's retiring, so he's kicking everything out, David Dunfield. He was an embedded developer, and so he has all kinds of resources. He wrote his own C compilers, assemblers. He even wrote his own OS for the 6809. And it's just all there on his website.
Okay. Sorry, that's now available, and this was linked to by David Collins. So sounds like you might be able to get some stuff directly from David Dunfield as well.
Yes.
Oh, what happened there? Story went missing, or did I add an extra tab and didn't notice?
They've moved you on,
Oh,
I think.
no, I have an extra tab I didn't need at all. Unless I hit tab twice by accident. Okay, next up we got Michael Pitsley. Now, Michael Pitsley has been doing videos on YouTube for the last few years showing some pretty obscure, like educational software and stuff. So he's the one who's covered all the multimedia Disney stuff, where you had the cassette player playing with the little tiny gray 1/8" jack controlling the motor on off. So you'd actually have like a picture of Mickey loaded up and drawn, and then it would put in the Mickey voice and you'd hear it coming through the speakers. So very, very early multimedia stuff. Pretty impressive. He's looking at doing some stuff on CoCo 3 database software. So there's a copy of database or VIP database 3 on the archive. Now that's Nelson Computer Systems originally. They also split off a game division called Softlaw or something. But they basically renamed themselves a little bit later on, and then they later brought in CoCo 3 enhanced version of the original VIP library, which I think Ron's a bit familiar with too. There's like a terminal program and a word processor and a database, and there's this zapper. And I think there's at least 6
And
basic
they
apps.
stuck it all on this double box set.
Oh, he's going to be happy with you, Rick, because what he's trying to find, there's no manual for VIP database or any of the VIP stuff on the archive.
I will scan it. Yes.
So the software is there, but that is not. Now, the other one he's trying to find is Profile 3 Profile Plus, which was an OS9 database, and he can't find the software or the documentation for that. I don't have that one myself. Do you have that one, Rick? Just off the chance? Or?
I once had it. I may have sold it. I'll have to look. But yeah, Tandy sold it didn't they? The OS9 version of Profile is like in a Dynacal package.
Yeah, that's what I kind of remember it. I didn't buy because I didn't have a need for database back then.
Once I had one. Do I have one anymore? I don't know, but I'll look. Yeah, I came across these.
So anyway, he's planning on doing a video kind of showing some of the database software that the CoCo had. I mean, the ultimate one would be Sculptor, right?
Right, except that's still a commercial endeavor.
Yeah,
so
you can't
copy it or use it or anything with it unless you have one, which, there ain't many of them out there.
Yeah.
So it's an
It's also one of the
interesting-
most expensive software packages for the CoCo ever released too, because I think original release was $500.
Well, it was gimmick software, and they just happened to make a CoCo version of it for us, but they didn't cut the price any. So
No, I think at the very end, Frank did manage to get them down to what, 250 or 300 or something like that.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I remember. I had one around here. It was on sale for $6.99. Okay.
So anyway, yeah, I haven't seen too many people fiddling with database software in the CoCo. There's quite a few spreadsheets, like there's DynaCalc and Elite Calc and Mini Calc and there's a few others I'm just not remembering off the top of my head. But the database stuff, there was a few others too. I remember like Computerware had one. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Like I said, I never really got into that software, so I don't know too much about it. Sculptor, I remember being, because out of all the machines it was available for, the CoCo 3 at 512K of RAM required was the most primitive one it would run on.
Right. Well, the thing about databases is you have to have a hard drive to have an effective database. Sculptor sings on a CoCo with a hard drive. I tried to do, demos, my point of sale program. It would barely churn on floppies. It would just chug and struggle.
Yeah, even with a 720K 3.5-inch floppy. I mean,
it doesn't matter. That floppies weren't enough. You had to have a hard drive. So that's why it never really moved down. The gimmick could run it. CoCo 3 technically could if you had a hard drive, but who did? And who's going to?
Well, you were thinking of what would you demo at the fest here if you didn't have hardware ready? Maybe just run a Sculptor, show people what that actually was like.
Yeah, no, I'm just behind on planning is all.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you
Yeah,
have the
it'll
manuals
probably
apparently
run-
for the VIP database, which is what he's looking for. So
Yeah, no, I'll
now
I'll
you're
do
busy
that
with
work.
hardware and software design. Is there anybody maybe that you know, or maybe on the panel or in the chat, would want to do the scanning on your behalf just to get it up in the archive and then send the
Oh,
manual back?
right. So I don't need another thing in my schedule. I don't know who to ask even.
Like, I don't know if Brian Weezer would be
I-
up to doing that, or
I
who
can
has a
scan
high-speed
stuff
scan.
and
Is that just a
OCR.
standard? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bob.
I can scan and OCR that stuff.
Okay, so because it's printing binders.
And standard size paper, or is it miniaturized like some of the Tandy
Well,
stuff?
it's the standard paper cut in half. The 3-ring
Okay.
binder. I don't know what the standard size.
So
is.
8.5 by 5.5, basically.
Yeah. So we got
How many pages is it?
calc, terminal,
Holy cow, you're going to be busy, Bob.
Yeah.
How many pages?
integrated.
Oh, good God.
Here, I'll show you. It's this many pages. It's basically 2 multi-view manuals.
That has all the software, the entire library?
Yeah, that's the library. They stuck it all in generic. I guess all they had was VIP terminal boxes or VIP
Right.
terminal binders. So everything comes in VIP terminal binders. But yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections here. So
And how many pages do you think total? Like 300?
oh Jesus, I don't know, because they're all numbered individually. So I'd have to get out a calculator and add up the prefixes and suffixes and
They're numbered by.
Well, that's something I might take to the library because they have the
auto
ability
feeding
to
one?
do that stuff
or
automatically.
if they have someone that can do it, because it is, it's just half sheets, loose half sheets at the end. You could feed
Yeah.
it through one of those, sucker things, and it would come right out, and it would. Oh, well, put this together later. Anyway, yeah, if you had an automatic thing, you could just feed the loose stack of sheets in, and it would come out done. Where it would take me,
So I have an automatic sheet feeder on a scanner at work across from my office, but whenever you use the automatic feeder, it puts lines across it, so I couldn't do that.
Oh,
that would be nasty. Yeah. Pretty
But
pictures.
yeah, somebody at the library probably has a high-speed scanner just for that kind of stuff.
Okay, well let's configure on that, because I need to do something with this before it degrades anymore. This stuff isn't getting
for
any
sure.
nicer. So
Yeah.
So I don't know if Michael regularly watches the show or not. We've mentioned him quite a few times on the show, but if he's hearing this, we might have a solution for one of your issues. I don't know who has profile, but we might be able to solve the VIP database manual problem and possibly the whole VIP CoCo 3 version library, which would be nice.
Right.
David Lord says he has a ScanSnap 1600 high-speed scanner too. Access to one. That may be another option.
I've got a whole bunch of crap, and I'm sure Brian has a bunch of crap too. We should start a scanning club.
Yeah.
We can get all this stuff.
Like if there's these people, meet up at the fest for say, you can just hand it off without having to pay shipping, and then just have to ship it one way back and save a little bit of money there too.
Right. Well, and then we kind of know who we're sending things to, and it's not like it's just going off into space. It's
Yeah.
We've got a plan, and things are happening.
Hey, cool. So there is one at least in existence we know of, and maybe we can get it going. Okay. Next after that, Dim Cave Software. I can't remember who that specifically is. But they did a post here. And there was a post on the CoCo Facebook group a few weeks ago about, writing a semi-language routine that would add 2 numbers, 2 16-bit numbers, and then print the result on the screen in decimal. And this guy decided to tackle that exact project. And he published screenshots done with EdTasm. He's using Robert Galt's 639 enhanced version, but there's no 639 code in this particular case. And kind of, here's the solution. So it has a little table for outputting your ASCII values in text, does the actual adds, etc., checks for overflows, etc. So if you want a little bit of kind of beginners assembly language code with a very simple premise of what you're doing, and using it as a way to learn how to do it, and setting up specifically for EdTasm, like disk EdTasm plus 609, and I think most of the commands. Nick, you can tell me because you're much more familiar with EdTasm 609 than I am. He hasn't changed any of the existing EdTasm commands. He's just added stuff, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if you did learn that, you could apply it to the original 609 disk EdTasm by Robert Kilgus, or you could apply it to Robert Galt's enhanced 609 version. Next up, Brian Palmer, fellow Aussie to Nick. He's been kind of learning a little bit of programming. He usually was kind of the archivist in Australia for trying to get software recorded, manuals recorded, etc., especially games. He's actually getting a bit of the programming bug lately and fiddling around with CoCo 3 graphics. So he posted this little picture here of a rectangular box, couple of circles filled in. He said, my first ever graphics demo using data statements for each circle and each line commands. Once you get your head around data statements, they make viewing graphics so much easier. you can use multiple data commands for multiple sprites on the screen if you're doing a game, which is true. Because I mean, when you first start programming, before you learn how variables work and stuff like that, you might be punching in like hard-coded coordinates, like an H line from 00 to 200, 100 or something like that. But if you do it with data statements, of course, you can just make a data table, and then it's a lot less typing than a whole whack load of H line commands. So glad he's getting his into the programming side of things. I'll have to see if he can actually come up with a CoCo 3 basic game. Next after that, Paul Cunningham posted this, and you can see a screenshot of it here, but it's an animated flame demo in SG4. And this one, I think, I'll have to see if this one actually works, because I don't think it was working for me before to actually see it running, but I'll see. Maybe it works now.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Nice flames.
So basically, it's just to make an animated fire using the yellowish, orangish, reddish palette from the original SG4. I think it could be expanded on a little bit because there is an inverted screen color set 1, not 0, the standard green screen, but the orange dark red one. You can sneak in some fat pixel wides, like basically the full 2x2 grid, with an even darker red that'll help you get. And if you're not running a T1 or a CoCo 3, it even gives you a different orange, so you can actually get a whole bunch of different shades. That would probably expand this, but that doesn't look too bad for a quick little program. And then kind of in response at Simon Jonason, and congrats to Simon, because he actually went to the hospital with a rather serious surgery recently. I think he's back home now and recovering, which is good to hear. But yeah, he posted on Facebook. I'm trying to remember what he said there, because it was a public statement. So I mean, I shouldn't have a problem saying it out loud. But it was something with his heart, and he's recovering. So he did mention he's going to have to do some lifestyle changes, doctor's orders. So glad he's recovering. But he actually uploaded the SG4 fire, animated fire in assembly language that he did. Now, he originally wrote his version for the MC10 as an MC10 demo, and now he's ported it to the CoCo, and you can actually get that cassette file from the CoCo group on Facebook. And I don't think he has a picture of the animation here of his version running, but...
What's that video there?
That's some Amiga 500.
Oh, another thing, is it? Right.
Unless the Amiga's running a CoCo emulator, maybe it is. I don't know.
Oh, it is. It's a CoCo emulator on a...
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the one I remember from Simon. It has a bit more of the flickering flames.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, next up, that Luke Dion did a quick video here for Cedric Boudon's, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, the person who's been doing the ESP32 CoCo. Now, I'm not going to turn the sound on because he actually said he didn't really want to record, him moving and typing and stuff like that because he wasn't commenting. So I'll leave it muted. But basically, it's showing the little ESP32 CoCo, and you can see the little case here actually running and what it looks like when you hook it up to an HDMI TV.
It's a CoCo 1 and 2, or?
No, he's added CoCo 3 on it now, too.
That is CoCo 3.
And I think even 512K support's in there now.
Oh, cool.
But you can hook it up to like standard like Bluetooth keyboards and mice and joysticks and little 3D printing case there.
Isn't that VGA?
Yeah.
This one, yeah, I think it is.
How much is that, baby?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think it's very much, though.
More than 50?
Does anybody here know? I know a few people had ordered it. I think he said he had like 20 odd pre-orders already, before he even got the final batch of boards and chips. I'm not sure. It was well under 100. I know that.
Yeah.
50, 60 bucks somewhere in there. Kind of rings a bell, but I'm not sure. But anybody in the chat remembers or has ordered it and knows what it costs, please let me know. I don't know if that included the case either. I think that was just the main board. Next after that, YouTube channel Electronics Abuse, I love that name, decided to take the CoCo 3 Doodle program that came in the CoCo 3 basic manual, typed it in, and then actually did a little demo of it running, including loading and saving the program from tape.
Someone did that.
I remember because this is, if you go into the CoCo 3 manual, they have that little center section with the full color pictures on glossy paper. And this is one of the programs they demoed. Took a picture of running. So let's fast forward a bit so you guys can see what it looks like. There's that familiar sound. Oops, I went a bit too far. So there's the main menu that tells you what your commands are. You got the arrow keys to move a dot. Shift arrow key moves 10 dots. Clear paints an object. Shift clear clears the entire screen. F1 raises and lowers the pen toggle. F2 changes the ink color. And it defaults 16 color mode. Letters and numbers you can type right onto the screen. Of course, that's because HPrint's built into BASIC. Alt or At will store a point. Control will draw to stored point. So you can move the cursor and then just draw a line connecting it. And enter flicker on off. I think that's probably palette animation, maybe not quite flicker. By the way, you get this little thing. You got this little status area on this bottom there. It tells you if the pen's up or down currently, what coordinate your cursor's at, what color you currently got selected. And then you can go through and, draw stuff and put in text and do a fill a box, etc. So it's a very primitive painting tool, but it actually came with the CoCo right in the manual to start with. So you had something at least to fiddle with and check out your new 16 color graphics modes and stuff. Next up, a YouTube channel in Spanish called O Robotics Channel did a 5-part series of taking his old CoCo 1. Now it's a last generation CoCo 1, so he's got a 64K CoCo basically. It's a full-size case, originally a white case, with the melty keyboard. And I think he mentions, like, return translation on that his CoCo was kind of dead and didn't work, and he didn't quite know how to fix it. So what he did instead is he decided to rebirth it as the case and the keyboard for a modern machine. And his 5-part video series is making everything fit into the original CoCo 1 case. So the first episode here, he goes through his CoCo hardware.
Se podía sintonizar el canal 4 o 3 según como uno configurara la placa. Pues esto es algo que también tengo por ahí desde hace años y también me pareció interesante mostrarlo. El concepto de estos computadores, como lo pudieron ver, es que todo estaba integrado en la misma caja. Entonces, esta es otra de las partes.
So he kind of goes piece by piece through the CoCo and explains what the different parts are, different chips, the power supply unit, for example. And then he pulls out this modern machine that he's going to see if he can fit it into the CoCo case and, make it look like make it become basically essentially a modern machine. So as he goes through the 5 parts of his video here, so the first part 2 here starts getting into stuff like using an ASP32. And taking apart the keyboard. I'll just mute it here. So anyway, you can turn the translation on unless you speak Spanish. So he's kind of go through things here, some of the little daughter board stuff.
Imagine that, the keyboard screwed up.
Yeah. He's going all out here and like finessing stuff to get it to fit properly.
Nice.
And getting him to fit in the case, the actual CoCo 1 case. Part 3, he's working on the main board. Read this again. Drilling holes, lining up stuff.
I really appreciate a man that can take that lithium power tool and drill right through a motherboard.
He's working on the bottom of the case, the original CoCo case itself. And now you can see how it fits in the actual. It actually doesn't look too bad. He repainted his white CoCo into the standard Battleship gray. He's drilled the ports on the side here for USB-C, etc. Cartridge port is obviously changed to a USB set of ports.
Funny, the keyboard looks like it would be a crappy membrane unit, but it's not actually.
Yeah. And a bit more than the 57 keys we're used to.
Right.
Then part 4, he went to the joystick and he actually took a Craft Deluxe and spray painted it silver to match his new spray painted silver CoCo 1. Because, of course, all of the Tandy versions of the Deluxe joystick by Craft are the cream color, to match the CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 cases. And because it's analog, he actually works on adapting it. Because, of course, modern PC controllers have the option for analog controls too. So. And he demonstrates it actually playing like a modern game on his new modern machine in a CoCo case, but using an actual CoCo joystick. And the last one, he actually shows it running Linux, but he's running Commodore OS Vision under Linux. Maybe you guys are familiar with that. It's not a project I'm familiar with. Is that like meant to be like an Amiga thing, or is it just meant to be appearance-wise like a Commodore?
I haven't really seen that.
It could run a CoCo emulator. So it looks like runs like a CoCo.
Yeah. That's what the boot screen looks like.
And it has the bar at the bottom like a Mac.
Blasphemy.
Yeah.
Right.
A Linux of some sort.
And then he shows he's running emulators under there to run, arcade games, other 8-bit and 16-bit machines, and because this is all running on an ESP32 underneath the hood.
Right.
There's his Commodore settings manager and stuff. So yeah, he could run a CoCo emulator in there, I'm sure.
Yeah. Or MAME.
But actually, it looks pretty good. He painted it really well. He added some USB-B ports on the cartridge port side, added in some USB-C, it looks like, on this side, and some other stuff too. I think it turned out quite well. I'd never do this myself, but I think it turned out quite well. And if you're into, like he said, his CoCo 1, the board was dead. So, it's a pretty good reason to repurpose it if you're not going to try to replace it with actual CoCo parts.
Right.
Hey,
you kind of get that nostalgia feel. He is using the proper deluxe joystick, so he's still got some real retro in there.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
The Commodore OS, according to Wikipedia, is Commodore OS Vision is a community-driven, free-to-download Linux distribution for Commodore enthusiasts.
Okay, so what does that mean? Just the common people that like Linux get something that has like
this is
logos all over, chicken lips logos all over the place, or is it meant to model an Amiga or something? That's what I'm wondering.
No, it says it's based on Linux Mint, which is a Ubuntu Debian distribution, and uses the GNOME 2 desktop. It seems like it's just themed with Commodore stuff, but of course, you load emulators, MAME or Commodore. Otherwise, Vice is one I've used with a Commodore, and you could load other emulators too. You could do, not so much VCC, but OVCC or XROR. So it seems to be just kind of a themed Linux version that you can put your retro stuff on.
Okay.
So
I thought it was a pretty cool project.
Just needs to reskin it so it says CoCo instead of Commodore, and he's done. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and run a CoCo emulator.
Exactly. But XROR. Do a CoCo Dragon themed one.
Yeah.
Daddy Burrito says it's a distro derivative, just like our CoCo Pi, probably. Yeah,
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Just weird it ended up in a CoCo case.
Oh, did I get the wrong link here? I think I do.
It's Brian Palmer.
Yeah, but it's just, I think it's more just the generic Facebook. Yeah, I'm missing the part.
The last thing says Curtis's definition is most accurate. Chicken lips Linux.
Right.
I don't think we'll find this. Anyway, I will mention what it is. I probably won't be able to find it off the bat here, but Luke Dion posted a survey in the CoCo Facebook group, which would be basically who would be willing to do retrobrighting techniques or if they had got an old CoCo into their possession, or would they just leave it as is? And there was a couple of options on the retrobraiding. Yeah, here we are. If you had a few CoCo 1, 2, 3s to keep for yourself forever, would you, one, keep them as is, yellow and scratch, etc., retrobrite them, which eventually will turn yellow again, retrobrite plus UV protective lacquer, or repaint the whole stinking thing? And right now, leaving it as is winning by 2/3 of the vote with 53 votes. And I'm just kind of curious on the panel here, and we can catch up on the chat a little bit later. What would you guys do? I'm definitely in the as is category. I think that's like, it's like growing old, you know, it's a sign of
well,
wisdom and stuff. So
my CoCo is a runner. It's not to be painted up and put on a shelf. It's leaving it like it is. Otherwise, I would just scratch it.
yeah.
So,
I mean, Ron, you have a pretty
It
cool Darth
depends.
Vader black one, so obviously you're not opposed to painting.
No, but you can't retrobrite Model 1.
oh, right. It's all paint anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you're
even
talking
the
on the
plastic
CoCos though,
ones,
like a
you know?
CoCo 1, 2, or 3, Ron, what would your opinion be?
Most of all of mine are, except for, you know, when you get a yellow one, you want to do something with it. So I usually paint it because retrobraiting is tough for a really yellow one, you know.
Right. And it's going to go back anyway. So,
And I've retrobrited keyboards successfully, and they've kind of stayed good. And that
Nice.
makes a machine that's, you know, decent and not yellowed just a tiny bit with white keys look better. You know?
Okay. And Rick, obviously you're one like me that you want to keep things as is. How about the rest of the panel and the rest of the chat?
Mixed. If I have one that looks nice, I like to keep it as is. But
Yeah,
it's
it
kind
depends how bad it is.
If it's scruffy, you know, it may not just be worth it, especially if I have a nice looking one. If I have to show somebody a nice CoCo 3, I have one that got new in box. If I just need to have a CoCo 3 to show something, well, I got one that's a little scruffy looking.
So yeah, apparently we need Australian CoCos so they don't have the bromine in them or whatever that makes it dry.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of jealous of that, Nick, just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, my CoCo is nice and white.
I've got a keyboard that's almost brown by now. It looks like a Commodore.
I think once it gets to that point, I'd probably say paint it.
Yeah, like for me, I wouldn't probably paint it. I mean, I'm so used to my old CoCo gray D board when I still had it. I'd rubbed off the paint on where your wrist handle, and the black plastic was showing right through. But that was a sign of I used the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm just going to take a look at the chat here now. CoCo Fu said the Australian ones don't yellow, according to Nick, and Nick showed it on the show, so we know that's true.
So the last batch, they do yellow still, but the very last batch of
But not bad.
Yeah.
Look at this thing. You can't even tell what the different colors of the keys used to be anymore. That's how yellow it's
I should stop sharing though, because none of the audience can see that. Just a sec.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so here's one. You can't even tell what the colors used to be anymore. Except, I mean, there might be a little corner, well, yeah, you can kind of see some white in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, these just...
That one's pretty bad.
They pop off and put them in a solution. Stick them in the sun covered.
Oh, here's another
They'll
one.
come back.
I mean, the cases of the CoCos weren't that bad, but the keyboards just went, I don't know.
I don't know. Some of those cases got pretty bad too.
Oh, I've got some of those too, but these were just unusual that two specific keyboards just decided to go tan. They're like worse than they look like a Commodore case. You know, the Commodores that turn brown?
The brown, yeah.
It's way, way, way. It doesn't show up in the camera so much, but it's way, way, way far away from white.
Now here's something that happened that's kind of cool. Everybody that collects has a 16K sitting in their collection in the box, and they never open it because there's nothing to do with a 16K much. And it's nice and bright white, and the keyboard's pretty. And But Strickland has some of that stuff he's made up where a 16K can do stuff, and it kind of makes a neat.
Oh
gadget.
yeah, put that thing to work.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like
Thought
adding
that
the
was cool.
just basic ROM and the 64K RAM coming through the cartridge port.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
neat.
Yeah, you
Just to
don't have to
go
mess
before we
with
go
it.
to the next story, I'll just cover some of the comments in the chat here too. So Richard Gore says, I've seen a few 8-bit guy retrobytes and it looks really good. He says, my CoCo 3 is not very yellowed and I waited for a while to find a good clean one. Kevin Holloway, of course, is on the show itself too. Says, as long as it worked, I wouldn't change it. Tom Anderson said, retrobrighted with the sun only, so no chemicals. At Dragons a couple years ago, they still look fine. James Jones says, I'd come up with a good OS9 or Nitrocine-based decoration and hydrodip it, which, of course, was what Boise was talking about and demonstrating some hydrodip designs there from the VCF East. Daddy Burrito says, back in the day, there was a lot more nicotine flying around people's homes. Guilty. I think that had a lot to do with Browning yelling. Oh, yes, it does. And it will stink for several years afterwards. I've picked up a few of those. And then CoCo Fu says, it's oxidation, right? Or it's oxidation, right? Does that mean we need to stir them in vacuum bags? I think it's more sunlight exposure, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wasn't that the UV
it's
rays or something
complicated.
from the sun?
There's fire protectant in the plastic, reacts with UV, and
But then you retrobite it in the sun.
well, you bleach it back out again, but then it
But it seems to come
reacts
back, I
again.
think,
Yeah,
in general.
it
Gradually,
never,
but
the process never ends, and I believe the plastic gets brittle the more you zap it with peroxide. So good
yeah,
luck
it's a
with
tough
all of
call.
that, yeah.
I mean, if I got one that was like really, really messed up, I might consider doing something to it. But if it's just worn or a little bit yellowed, like one of my CoCo 3s is, I wouldn't care. Well, I don't. I still use it.
Yeah, nicotine machines. I see that in the chat. I remember some of them were sticky.
Yeah. Like they were brown, not yellow. They were brown.
Yeah, and you touched it and your fingers would stick because the nicotine. Oh, I don't miss the 70s.
It was even worse when you got PCs later and the fans would like suck the stuff in and
Oh, it was
pull
all
through the
bullet.
machine.
It smelled good when you took it home, then you turned it on and it warmed up and the fans just kind of whoosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Especially if they smoked Camels.
Yeah. Or filterless.
I don't miss the 70s at all. I do not. Well, at least
Yeah,
that
Brian
far
Blake
is.
says, first CoCo 3 I bought when I came back in 2006 was decidedly a nicotine machine. It was gross.
Yeah, you get a little buzz after it's been running a minute. You start to go, oh, I got a dizziness in me.
Anyway, if you want to take part in that survey, though, if you're on Facebook in the CoCo group, just go on there, take a look for Luke's post, and you can add your own vote to the list as to what you would do with a machine that's yellowed. Next up after that, we have Don Sorson showing some of the modifications that he's been kind of doing multiple posts over the week here. With HDMI output, because he got some of the stuff from AC's 8-bit zone, both for the CoCo 1 and 2. He got the CoCo DV, and he also got the Gimme Z. So he's got the output going through HDMI to the TV. Now he's got some Atari joystick adapters, which are actually quite cute and small here. It's one of the smaller ones I think I've seen.
Right.
So that's your Atari. Now this is, of course, Switch-based joysticks. It's not analog. Won't work with all CoCo games properly. And he's not a fan even of the deluxe CoCo joystick, so for him that's definitely a better move. I personally like the deluxe joysticks myself.
Well, if you're
I don't like how much they break, but
if you're comparing the deluxe joystick to a digital joystick like the Atari, that's not a good comparison, and you won't like the deluxe for the uses that these joysticks are good for.
Yeah, like
So,
simple
8-directional
and center. That's all you need. If
So
you need
it's
subtlety
not-
like analog, then you can.
Yeah, we aren't apples to oranges here, so
Like they're
You'll
terrible
learn.
on Centipede clones or Missile Command clones that use analog type
and
controls.
when he tries to play Missile Clan with his joystick.
Yeah, you can fire at the left side, the middle, or the right side of the screen, and nowhere in between. And lastly, and this one I just kind of discovered quite by accident, a Japanese YouTube channel, and I don't even know how to even try to pronounce this. Anybody who knows Japanese can take a stab at it. I'm not one of those people. But most of the time when I see history of OS 9, it's usually like Mac OS 9, because that's basically what everybody thinks
Right,
about.
because when Mac picks a name, it belongs to them. It doesn't matter if it's iOS.
Well, they went to court,
OS
if you
9.
remember, Microware versus
Yep.
Apple on the whole
Right.
OS 9 thing, and Apple lost because they were an industrial operating system or an embedded one, and Apple was a commercial, consumer one. So they said, that nobody confused those. Well, if that's true, why does it always get confused by people joining groups and stuff? But anyway, I'm bitter. But anyway, this Japanese actually goes through the history of OS 9 right from 1979, and you can see 609 multitasking, multi-user, RTOS, all mentioned right on the opening slide here. And you can use it, YouTube Translate to change the Japanese into English to read along as it goes. But they mentioned the CoCo, they mentioned the gimmicks, they go through some other things, they go through OSK, they go through OS 9000, and it's a pretty good history of OS 9 right start to finish, compressed into a little 10-minute video, which is basically slides for the most part. I'll put in the auto translate here just so you can kind of get a feel at the beginning of it here. Oh, I didn't want to change speed. I wanted to change the... Oh, there. It's actually the right one. Good.
テクノロジーの歴史って面白いですよね。表舞台で活躍するものもあれば、その裏側でもう何十年も静かに世界を支え続けている。でも、ほとんど誰にも知られていない、そんな存在があるんです。今日はまさにそんなゴーストみたいな、あるオペレーティングシステムのちょっと信じられないようなお話をしていこうと思います。はい、90年代の懐かしいゲーム機。
People don't know what UIs mean anymore.
No. Well, YouTube has to put their entire menu in every icon on the screen. So
yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that as it went by there, but they were talking about some of the embedded stuff. They're doing stuff like controlling Disneyland automations and stuff, which Steve Bjork used to talk about because he was part of that.
Oh, the pirate ship that we used to sink onto.
Yeah, in Las Vegas. Yeah. Talks about still being used by some people, controls traffic lights. That's something it actually does do, even the 8-bit version did. Real-time performance. Bit of the history here, they started going 689, 68000, they did not was 9000. Real-time. And they're saying like how modern it seems, even now it seems like it's almost a modern operating system, which, something like Linux type thing. Yet this, came out in 79, 1980 originally.
If Motorola just kept their stuff together.
Yeah. I mean, and Microwave started a bit before that because they did RTOS for the 6800. And it was doing that actually got Motorola's attention, said, let's work together in making Basic 09 and then eventually OS 9 Level 1. But it's actually a pretty good and fairly accurate. There's a few things that might be a little bit off, but other than that, it's a pretty good summary for the people wanting to learn what OS 9 was and how it came to be and where it kind of went. It's actually a pretty decent video. So that's it for the regular news. So I'm going to switch over to doing the upcoming shows. I probably won't be covering VCF East because we already had coverage there. So I shall skip that one. And we'll come up with, I think there's another show next week or something. Isn't that right, guys?
I think so. Yeah. Familiar.
Heard something about it.
Yeah, that's VCF Latin America.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it.
So anyway, yes, obviously CoCo Fest is next week, as Grant mentioned earlier in the show. I was actually mentioned the Glenside meeting this past week. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole meeting, so I'm not sure what was discussed. Grant probably already covered it anyway.
It was a week and a couple of days ago for the Glenside meeting.
And as we heard earlier in the show, Henry Strickland is already on his way, heading towards Chicago.
Oh,
since this is the last weekend before CoCo Fest, I will give an opportunity for anybody that's on the panel or even in the chat that is attending and maybe even has a booth. Is there any product or demo announcements, etc., that you guys would like to make, or a teaser you would like to give about anything you'll be showing off? Bob Emery already kind of did one earlier. I don't know if he wants to repeat it right now so we can kind of gather them together, but anybody else have any?
I got one other thing. I do have a
Ooh,
brand new batch of, it's nothing super new, just brand new batch of Artemis keyboards. So anybody at the
Nice.
fest is looking for a bare keyboard to tinker with, I will have some.
Cool.
And then my question is, will I get this working before the fest and at least test it on a half a dozen local CoCos to make sure that it's worth selling or not?
That's your CoCoIO board, new version?
Yeah, the new one that isn't supposed to be ready for the fest, but I got it early, so now I've built one. So now that I've built one, I've got to throw that into the stress of my life to see if I can get it running before the CoCo fest.
Okay. Anybody else on the panel have anything that they want to mention? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we got those two.
I need a crickets clip.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have had that queued up. I know the chat's a little bit behind. So I'll throw those in if I see any comments there. But yeah, there's a couple things. So obviously, Bob Emery has a couple of things that he's bringing down. And Rick is hopefully going to have his CoCoIO. Otherwise, he's going to have to demo Sculptor or something.
Right, and I got a big pile of keyboards and stuff, so I can be mercenary.
Look how fast I can do the SQL merge on a 6309.
Ooh.
Ron, are you making it this year? I know you designed the artwork
No.
for the.
I can't go. I got my sister. 2 sisters are coming.
Oh, okay. Because it was, I think you were
Right on
speculating
the
you might
date
be able
I
to make it
wanted
this year a few months ago or something, right?
I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah. Family first.
Right.
Yeah, I can't fault that.
Yeah.
Just bring the whole family. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Right, just ship them all down. It can't be but a few
Thing is,
$100,000.
they live right next to the place in Ohio.
Chicago.
Oh, so they fly out and then you can all fly back to see the show and then fly back out. And they
Yeah,
go
you got them visiting backwards. You should have went to visit them.
Yeah.
Anyway, as alluded to by Rick earlier, or was it Mark? VCF LATAM, first Latin American Vintage Computer Festival, is on the exact same weekend as CoCo Fest. So if you're way down in Argentina, at Bahia Blanca to be precise, the very first Latin American VCF is running. Of course, this is a show that covers every. I'm getting some echo back here.
Yeah, it's starting weird.
Like I'm watching you guys are still coming in clear and moving around and stuff, so I don't think it's a bandwidth issue.
No,
Nope, seems to be
I'm
fixed.
hearing it too.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, there's a really goofy echo, and it's not even a true echo. It's some kind of, I don't know.
Okay, it stopped for me now. Is it stopped for you guys?
Yeah, it comes and
Okay,
goes.
I'll continue on then. So yeah, obviously CoCo Fest in Chicago. If you haven't already signed up for it, I guess you could still try to hit it. But yeah, Argentina this next weekend as well. VCF covers all retro computers, retro home game systems, arcade, and everything else, just like all the VCFs do. Vintage Computer Festival, very first one in Latin America. So I don't know if we have anybody even in the Brazilian community going down to that one. But if there are, it would be great if they could maybe send some pictures and stuff. Even a live stream if they speak some English would be awesome. Even just pictures of for the following week would be awesome. Then we can have a double wrap up for the following week. We're going to go
There
through
you
CoCo
go.
Fest photos and VCF Latam. After that is VCF Pacific Northwest returning after years on hiatus. This is in Mark's back neighborhood, and he's actually attending this show. So, have you got everything ready for your presentation or your booth there, Mark?
Mostly just in a pile. Haven't gone through it, but I need to make sure everything powers up. All the usual stuff.
Because I do know a couple of the people attending are active in the CoCo community. Steve Stroh is active in the CoCo community, for example, as well as you.
Yep. And Adrian Black, second one on the list there, has done some CoCo stuff.
Yeah. So that's May 2nd and 3rd, 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. on both days at the Tukwila Community Center in Tukwila, Washington. And
yep,
from the looks of it, I think it's
And
free, except they're accepting donations. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's going to the Interim Computer Museum, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. They kind of picking up the slack after the Living Computer Museum went away.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to
The other
ask because
ones
I've been able to follow the meetings lately. Has the Glenside Computer Club officially become nonprofit, or CoCoNation become nonprofit? Because there was some paperwork getting done. I don't know where it got left off at.
I know Grant was working on the CoCoNation stuff, and I think he's got paperwork in process. I believe at the last meeting, which was a week and 2 days ago, they said something about getting paperwork from the state of Illinois. So I think maybe they've got their stuff locked down.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
Not sure. At least it's in progress because some progress was made.
Also, Daddy Burrito is saying he's planning on being at PNW as well. Looking forward to seeing you if you're there.
I'm going to be there. So yeah, I understood on the load-in stuff that the room I'm in has got an event there earlier in the Friday. So we have to wait till I think 4:30 p.m. before we can move in.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Next up after that is the next meeting of the Brazilian CoCo Club, Club Color Brazil. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. This is their 10th meeting. They have these every few months, I believe. And it's on Saturday, May the 2nd at 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. And they're probably, besides Australia, the UK, Canada, and the States, is probably the most active CoCo group because they've been making new hardware, there's some software. And of course, they had all the CoCo clones that they're making hardware for as well, like the CP400s and the Codemex, etc. So very active community. Several of them, regularly show up in the chat here or even come on the show with themselves. And they have their own annual meeting too. I don't know if they've announced the next one yet, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff going on there. So I'm kind of curious. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to actually check this out here, especially not in person. But very interesting to see what happens at the meeting. Maybe some new stuff is getting demoed again. Next, after that, Amigos Retro Gaming. That's, of course, Brent, John, and Amigo Aaron are having their next International Computer Club show, which is a live stream they do on YouTube and Twitch. And there's been CoCo content there before. I've done some. I think, well, Nick, I know, has done some. I think there's a few others have done CoCo stuff on there, too. I'm not planning to do anything now. I don't know if Nick will have enough on his game to show it off. But to be honest, they're a different audience. So even what he's got done now, I think is worth showing. Hint, hint. But basically, they cover anything retro. It doesn't even have to be retro computers per se. It could be how to collect retro cartridges and display them in glass cases or something like that. It doesn't have to be strictly technological. But there's a lot of people demonstrating like hardware and software, or maybe they got some really cool rare item that they found, and how did they present them at shows, now that kind of stuff. And of course, they're really friendly hosts. They're a lot of fun. They're funny. You get the little comical infighting between Brent and Aaron and stuff. The brotherly love thing. Definitely worth checking out. Usually those shows last like 4 to 6 hours because they have quite a few presentations. I haven't been able to check the list the last few weeks here, but they had 7 last time I'd seen. I think they're higher than that already. Next up that is VCF Southwest. This is the one that has moved to a new location from the university to the Westin Dallas Fort Worth Airport Hotel, which is actually, of course, right in the airport. So when you fly in, you're pretty well right there. You don't have to go down traipsing around trying to find the university and then figuring out which buildings in the university you have to go to for different parts of the show. So in this case here, it's all in one central place. And because, of course, Dallas Fort Worth is where Radio Shack itself, the Tandy Towers were, where Radio Shack and Tandy actually lived and breathed until they went under. A lot of the alumni from Tandy, including some of the people who helped design the CoCo and design the Tier City Model 1 and a bunch of their other products, are all going to be there too, coming out to come say hi at the show. Mark Siegel's been there numerous times. Jerry Heap's been there, many others. So if you can get out to this one, if you actually want to meet some of the original Tandy people that created the computers you know and love, this would be a great show to go to. Next out of that, we have Retrofest 2026, a celebration of retro computers. This is a UK-based one. This is running May 30th to 31st at the Steam Museum of the Great Western Railway in Swindon, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. both days. There is confirmation that a Dragon Fujinet rig will be on at the show. We've seen CoCo versions of the Fujinet rig, of course, numerous times, and there's multiple games and stuff available for it. Nothing specifically for the Dragon yet, but this will be officially displayed at this show. And if you're into like railways and trains and stuff, it's at the Museum of the Great Western Railway. So you got a bunch of other stuff to look at besides old computers. So sponsored by Pixel Addict magazine, which we've actually covered. They did have a Tandy special issue not too long ago that covered the history of Tandy, including the CoCo. So that'd be a good show if you're in the UK. Next up, that is the International Retro Computer Expo. This is running at the Social Event Space building in West Virginia in Hurricane. And it's got tickets available right now, and there's multiple days. So you can just pick if you can only go one day, you get a cheaper rate than if you go to all 3 days. And this is basically mostly gaming oriented, but there's a fair bit of hardware and stuff too. There's also collectors and all that kind of stuff. There's game competitions. They record all of the shows they do live, including the CoCo show. I can't remember what the CoCo game is going to be for that one, or if they've even announced it yet. But once again, it's got John and Aaron and Brent, and it's got a lot of the people that are very active on the channel. Some have their own YouTube channels, like 48K RAM, and a few others too. They also get usually an international contingent. Some people fly in from the UK to attend this show. But there's Amigas, there's CoCos, tons of stuff down there, and it's a lot of fun. Ken's been to it, I've been to it, Jason's been to it, and it was formerly Boat Fest for those of you who remember the old name, but that was confusing people because they couldn't find boats. Next up after that, we have VCF West, and this is August 1st and 2nd at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California. And this is one that Mikey and a few others, Tim Linder's been here a few times. The project that we were talking about earlier with Steve Banford of his Xerxes Island, is that what it's called, Mark? Oh,
yes, it's called Xerxes Island. We demoed that in 2019 at VCF West.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's definitely been some CoCo stuff there. Plus, there's a whole computer history museum right in the middle of Silicon Valley. So you can see a lot of stuff there too. But I'm hoping we get some CoCo people out there. I know Mikey did one where he did a Flex table here recently, and he actually had a series of videos on that too, getting the Flex operating system running on the CoCo. But I haven't heard the official word of too many CoCo people going to the show yet, so I'm hoping there are some, and I'm hoping they have some people actually doing some exhibits.
Sometimes Henry Strickland is in Central California, so that's actually where we met him. Is he came by in 2019? And,
oh, that's right.
I was looking around just to see what was there, and found us 4 CoCo guys there with 2 tables full of 6809 and 6309 goodness.
Yeah. I'm hoping he make it out there too, because he's in Silicon Valley a fair bit, because he used to work at Google, which of course is out there too. So he's got friends out there too. Yeah. Next one after that is the VCF Midwest, the big one. I think the largest retro computer show on earth, actually. There is always a large CoCo contingent out there because it's in the Chicago area, and Glenside's based there. The person that does the CoCo auctions these days is actually one of the main organizers for this particular show. And I think the attendance has been like around 3,000 or 3,500 or something like that. So it's huge. And it's a newer digs here the last couple of years in Schaumburg, which also happens to be the city the very first Rainbow Fest took place in way back in 1983. But this is a much bigger venue than we had at the old Hyde Regency. So at any rate, yeah, this one always has a good CoCo crowd. A lot of the big name YouTubers come out. The panels are usually really good too. Taylor and Amy will probably be doing a live with their band, which has a couple other avid YouTubers in there too.
Oh,
and they
stop
wrote
it.
their own album on retro computing and everything else. There's tons of stuff. After that, we have Tandy Assembly, also in new digs this year, because they were running out of room. They were actually having to turn down tables for vendors last couple of years here. So they've actually moved to the Hilton Hotel Cincinnati Airport, which also makes it easier because it was formerly held in a smaller town outside of Cincinnati, which doesn't have an airport. So if you flew in, you'd have to rent a car or try to hitch a ride with somebody to get to the actual city with the actual show. Now it's right in the airport hotel, so you're there when you land. Type thing.
It's still outside of Cincinnati, but you don't care.
Yeah, but at least you're by the show, right? You don't have to drive 30 miles.
Yeah. Well, that's
so that's October 2nd to the 4th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at the Cincinnati Airport. The venue space is actually twice as big as it was last year, so there should be plenty of room for tables and new vendors to come, more room to mill around, etc. And if you're into general Tandy stuff, like all the Tier City Model 1, 2, 3, 4s, 12s, 16s, 100s, 200s, 102s, 600s, the Tandy 1000 to 4000 line, etc., pocket computer line, all of that's covered at this. It's anything Tandy, basically. And the last one is VCF Montreal 2026 2.0, because they already had a VCF Montreal 2026 back in January. And then somebody figured out January's cold. Why would Americans want to come up to here when it's like minus 30 with a wind chill of minus 50? So they decided to move the next one, and I'm thinking they're probably going to maintain this as the normal schedule. Will be at near the beginning of November 7th to 8th. 9 till 5 p.m. on Saturday, 9 till 3 p.m. on Sunday at the Champlain College St. Lambert. Hope I pronounced it right. I don't have my trusty Frederick here to pronounce things properly in French.
Right.
But it was quite successful this last year. Some CoCo people made it out. Some CoCo people gave presentations. There was a couple we just covered here, I think, last week. Jim Gary did a presentation. Was it Carlos that did the second? I can't remember who it was now. Or I might be remembering the wrong name. Sockmaster showed up in person, probably the first time he's been at a CoCo or event with CoCo's actively involved in years, since probably PenFest 2000. And of course, he's one of the genius programmers and hardware designers on the CoCo himself. So yeah, if you can make it out November 7th to 8th to Montreal, that'd be a good show to take in too. And that's all we have for upcoming shows. If you have any more, send me an email at curtisbellis@asktel.net or let us know on the Discord, and I will add them to the list.
Okay. Well, my kitties are telling me it's past dinner time, and
yep, and I'm hungry too.
I got your work to do. So
yeah, he's gonna bail. Is what he's saying.
Yeah.
In other words, here we go.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay.
So, see you in a couple weeks type of thing.
Yep. Next week is CoCo Fest. So hopefully we'll get a bit of a live stream from there so we can see some things, but
Okay. Yeah, I plan on setting up some sort of stream. We'll see how well it works.
Okay, will you be using the green thing? You know, like our show.
No, actually.
How will we know? Where
Well,
do we
I'll have
find
some
it?
text on it that'll say CoCo Fest.
In
We don't know how you'll know.
in YouTube.
Yeah, it'll broadcast through
YouTube and Twitch, I'd presume.
yeah, the same way we do the normal show.
Just look up Mark B.
No, CoCoNation.
Oh, okay.
Be there.
Yeah, we'll use Restream just as we do for the show here.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
It's good to be the king. Do it, Mark.
Yep, we'll see. We'll see how that works out.
2 weeks.
Bandwidth is the thing.
Well,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, the other 758 people that want to stream from there.
Right.
Yep. It's a limiting
Okay.
So we'll try it out and see what happens, I guess.
Bye-bye.
At least you get some slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah.
See y'all later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.